Trustee Goodrich. Here. Trustee Fields.
Here.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy. I'm here. Trustee Townsend.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Here. President absent. Caller just said she's absent for the president.
President Hawkins
She's absent, and they know she's absent.
is absent. And Trustee Espy is also absent.
Thank you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy. We have 5 board members present and 2 absent. Next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I ask that we all stand. And Trustee Fields, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the acceptance of the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Madam Vice President, I move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as presented.
Is there support?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Motion was made by Trustee Goodrich, supported by, Motion was made by Trustee Goodrich, supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passed. Next, we have on our agenda number 4, Achievements, Awards, and Recognition, and I will pass that over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. At this time, we are excited to welcome the principal of Holmes STEAM Elementary School with their points of pride. Zach Schutz is here, and I see lots of our Holmes scholars here, and let us please welcome him.
Good evening. I am so excited to present our 7 points of pride for Holmes STEAM Elementary tonight. But first, I would like to invite all of our Holmes ambassadors that are here tonight. So if you are new or if you are a veteran ambassador, please stand and come on up to the front.
All right.
I am so proud to be standing here as the principal of these ambassadors. We're going to, with our big voices, go down the line, just introduce yourself, your name, and your grade, and then we will do our Holmes Ambassador Pledge, starting with Micah. So go ahead, real big voice.
My name is Micah, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Morgan, and I'm also in 4th grade. My name is Dakota, and I'm also in 4th grade. My name is Destiny, and I'm in 5th grade. My name is Dexter, and I'm in the 2nd grade. My name is Polly, and I'm also in 2nd grade. My name is Roman, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Savannah, and I'm in 5th grade. My name is Edie, and I am in 2nd grade.
My name is Miss Majetti, and I teach Title I reading at Holmes, and I'm also an ambassador adult.
All right, ambassadors, we're going to do our pledge on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I am a Holmes STEAM ambassador. I lead with respect, act with responsibility, and choose safety. I am a scholar of academic success. I commit to excellence every day in every way. Commit to excellence every day. Commit to excellence every way.
Awesome. Thank you, ambassadors. Stay up here for just a moment. We've got a few things that we're going to tell our board and our community about. The first thing you'll notice, some of our ambassadors have pins on their shirts that say excellence, and some of them do not yet have those pins. The scholars who have pins on their shirts, they are veteran ambassadors. They have earned those pins by memorizing the pledge. And the scholars who don't have pins yet on their shirts, they were just inducted last Friday. So 3 days ago, they became ambassadors. And that's our first point of pride. So we have here pictures of our newest ambassadors. We had 23 newly inducted ambassadors on Friday. February 20th. And I'd like to have them be able to lead us through a few things. But first, I might embarrass you a little bit. This is their interview, what it looked like on Friday. This is from our security camera, because I was fortunately and unfortunately not in the building. I was in Las Vegas at a conference, so I snuck in and grabbed a glimpse at their interviews. And this is what it looked like. They came into the gym one at a time, and they talked about what leadership is at Holmes, how they have been leaders at Holmes, and how they commit to being leaders at Holmes. Interviewed by Miss Majetti, Miss Love, a fourth grade teacher, Miss Neal, and Miss Mickle. And so very excited to have them go through that process. They all applied formally. They wrote a few different answers and then came in to be interviewed in their Sunday best on Friday morning. So, without further ado, this is our first point of pride, all of our ambassadors. And I'd like to have them talk us through what Holmes Hands of Pride is. Who would like to share with our board about Holmes Hands of Pride? Awesome, thanks, Destiny. Go for it. Yep.
Okay, so the Holmes Hand of Pride.
Yeah, Destiny, you want to come to the microphone? Okay.
We'll bring the mic to you. Yeah. Good. Okay. Yay.
There it is. Okay, here it is. Okay. I'm going to leave it just like this. So if you're going to talk, you can come on up to this microphone. But anyway, we have students who earn their handprints by showing growth on their NWEA, and also the highest achieving students also get to earn their handprint on the Holmes Hands of Pride wall. Next up, excellence every day and every way. We've got 3 different trophies here. We'll start with our Green Cafeteria Excellence Trophy. One ambassador, please come on up to the mic and explain how we earned the Green Cafeteria Excellence Trophy. Morgan, coming up. Ivor, you want to come next for PBIS? Go for it. I'll hold the mic. You go for it.
To earn the Green Cafeteria Trophy, you have to show cafeteria excellence every day and in every way.
Ivor, you want to come up for our PBIS trophy? I'm going to hold the mic. You can just talk into it.
So you have to own, your class has to own the most PBIS points throughout all the classes in the school.
And our biggest the biggest trophy up there is our Academic Excellence Trophy. How do we earn our Academic Excellence Trophy? Dakota, come on up.
You learn it by when you do your NWEA test, Mr. Schutz looks at it, and the class that has the most growth gets it. But if we didn't have a recent NWEA test, he looks at our mirror.
That's correct. So every month, thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Ivor. Thank you, Morgan. Every month you'll see there's little trophies in front of the big trophies. The class that earns the trophy for that month gets to take a picture with the big trophy, but that stays in our trophy case at the front of our building. The little trophies go back to the classrooms and stay there all year long. All right, next up, we've got, that's our PBIS Excellence winner from January. Our Academic Excellence winner from January. Very proud to take these trophies back to their classrooms. And next up, okay, so I'm going to take over from here, ambassadors. Thank you so much for being here tonight and representing Holmes so well and being fantastic ambassadors. Am I forgetting something, Ms. Majetti? Yeah, most definitely.
I'm Sage, and I'm in the 5th grade.
I'm Layla, and I'm in the 3rd grade. I'm Ivor, and I'm in the 4th grade. I'm Davies, and I'm in the 3rd grade. I'm Donna, and I'm in the 5th grade.
Awesome. Thank you, ambassadors. All right, thank you, ambassadors. You may take a seat with your family. Right now, about 15% of our scholars have earned the opportunity to be ambassadors, and it's an open application. So we've had our first open application just this past February, but twice a year, students will be able to apply. We have our Holmes STEAM Leadership Institute over the summertime, where we teach leadership for 2 weeks right after GLC during the summer. So our ambassadors are invited to participate in that as well. This is our new mural on our 5th grade hall, and it is the STEAM pathway in YCS. So you'll notice Stacy Schwartz is the art teacher at Estabrook, and she did a phenomenal job bringing this vision to life. But all the way on the left, you'll see Ford. She captured the essence of each building just extremely well. There's Ford STEAM Early Learning Center. Next up is Holmes STEAM Elementary School. And then you see the middle school, the high school, and beyond the high school is a college that looks very similar to EMU. And a little flag that says College Bound. And this is just a wonderful representation both of the trajectory of our scholars at Holmes and also an opportunity for us to have conversations about who we are and where we are in this pathway. So they can see themselves as middle schoolers, as high schoolers, as college-bound graduates. And it helps us bring context to the conversations we have with our scholars every day. And we will sometimes literally bring a student out into the hallway and say, what do you see here? You know, where are you in this picture? Where are you going? And why it's so important to do our best every day at Holmes. I didn't number these. I think this is number 5. We have new flexible furniture in 100% of our classrooms. So you'll see different configurations. These are both 2nd grade classrooms, and you'll notice, I think this might be a laser. Oh yeah. Okay, every classroom has this whiteboard kidney table with wobble stools underneath, which is just such a fantastic place to have small group instruction for all of our teachers. Every single one of our gen ed teachers has this set up. And then each of our student desks are 100% mobile with casters on the bottom. And the best part about it to me is our second and third grade students, scholars, have desks that are slightly smaller. Our fourth and fifth grade scholars have desks that are slightly larger, and it just fits them perfectly. They come to school and their furniture fits them exactly how it should. Each classroom has their own color, so all the chairs stay together and have a sense of community in that classroom. And so this is our new flexible furniture and 100% a point of pride for us. This is two pictures showing our December Homes for the Holidays event, one of our events this year that had a lot of family engagement. We've had a number of different events this year open to our community, bringing in our parents and families, and you can't see it on the left, but this is our cafeteria, and the maintenance department just did such an incredible job making this look the way that it looks. Our stage is refinished. We got brand new curtains. We have, that is the marquee, those pencils and crayons and stuff. That's the marquee from the 1999 PTO that donated that to Homes. So we took it off of the old marquee when we got our new ones, and then Mr. Birchwell was able to backlight them, and it just looks incredible. And this is Homes for Holidays, so we had lots of holiday singing, and that is a 100% packed cafeteria. We had 200 seats laid out, and then we had about 30 or 40 folks just standing and watching. It was a packed house. And lastly, the reason why we're here. At the beginning of this school year, 100% of our students set NWEA growth goals for 1.5 years of growth this school year. We looked at the benchmarks for beginning, middle, and end of year growth for ELA and for math. And then each student marked out a 1.5 years worth of growth where they want to be at the end of this school year. By the middle of this year, 42% of our students met or exceeded their mid-year benchmark to get to that 1.5 years of growth. And 55% of our students met or exceeded that mid-year benchmark to get to a 1.5 years worth of growth. The reason why we set that bar at 1.5 years is because if we have a student who comes in second grade and might be performing on a kindergarten level, this 1.5 years growth year after year after year puts them on grade level by the time they leave Homes STEAM Elementary School. So we want to make sure that all of our scholars are ready to enter middle school, on grade level to enter middle school or above. And though this is not 100%, right? Our goal is that 100% of our students are meeting this growth goal that we have. This is more growth than we have seen in the past at Homes, and it brings a quantifiable number and goal for each of our students and each of our teachers to meet, and in the benchmarks in the middle of year and end of year for NWEA. I'm very, very proud of our scholars for working so hard on their NWEA and showing that growth, and I am so excited to see their continued growth through AMIRA and NWEA and MSTEP in the spring when it comes up. And those are our 7 points of pride. Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross.
Board, do you have any questions? Trustee Townsend.
Good evening, Mr. Schutz. Great presentation. I just love how the students are so engaged at Homes. Whenever they come before the board, they do an excellent job. So I want to commend you all on that. The question I have for you is, one, what do you feel contributes the most to the success in the growth of the NWA and your parent engagement?
The teachers for the growth. There's, the leaders in our classrooms. They're the ones who are creating the engaging lessons, who are breaking down the standards into their daily objectives and measuring them through formative assessments to make sure that our students are reaching the benchmarks that they've set for themselves and that we've set for them. So 100% that is due to our classroom teachers. Our parent engagement and family engagement is due to a number of different things. I mean, we've been very fortunate to receive Communities and Schools grants, and that brings Erica Hargrove into our school to be able to bridge that relationship with our community. It has been a number of different exciting, back to school bashes that we've had over the last couple of years. The relationships and communication that we have on a regular basis with our families through Parent Square makes it very easy, but in the past, we were using other platforms as well to communicate with families, just making sure we're available and communicative, and that we have things that our students are very proud to present to our community and to their families that bring them in. Everybody wants to see their scholar perform and be successful, and so one of the things that wasn't in that picture, we had also an art exhibit during our Homes for the Holidays event. So we had student art in our hallways. And whenever we can showcase our students, our scholars being excellent, our community is there to watch and be there.
Thank you. And then my last question was, what is the goal for the number of ambassadors? You told us 15%. I wanted to know what was your goal for that, and then what is the goal for the participation for the summer camp program?
Well, I've not said this out loud, but I do see a time when 100% of our scholars are ambassadors. They all wear their ambassador shirts on Fridays and their pins on Fridays, and those pins are very important. They earn their pins, but they also have to continue to earn their pins. And so there's the potential to lose your pin. You remain an ambassador, but you might lose your pin by not exemplifying the values of the ambassadorship, and so you have to earn it back. And I do see that being a part of 100% of our scholars. I think they're all capable of being ambassadors inside and outside of our building, and I have that vision of showing up on Friday and seeing 100% of our scholars in their ambassador shirts, ready to participate in the ambassadors lunch and learns that we have once a month with community leaders, and exemplifying the values of our school everywhere they go. So that's the long-term vision. In the short term, every classroom should have ambassadors, so that every classroom sees what it looks like to be exemplifying the values of our school everywhere. And for our Summer Leadership Institute, we've talked about there being up to 40 students just logistically. That's sort of the number we're thinking about, though it's open to that application. And we actually did have a couple of students who applied, and we were able to have really real conversations with them and their families about, hey, these are the things that you can work on to become ambassadors in the next round. We appreciate your interest and really want you to be an ambassador, and right now that means you need to do X, Y, and Z to earn that. So right now, our summer program, last year we had 11 students, and it was a great start, and we're looking to expand. Right now we'll have 34 invites to start the summer, and then another open round of applications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions for it? No? Again, thank you. Parents, students, teachers, thank you. Could we have you stand, all the teachers, parents, and students from Homes? Thank you. We truly appreciate you. Thank you. At this time, members, our board president has arrived. I will be turning the meeting over to her. Dr. Hawkins, we are at number 4 in letter B.
Thank you so much, Vice President Lee. That takes us to the honoring of National Board Teacher Certification. And at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross for this honor that will be presented this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. We are really proud of this teacher, and at this time I'm going to ask her building principal, Ryan Johnson, to come. to share about this extremely difficult and rigorous program that Ms. Jennifer Gray endured over the past few years, and we are just, again, proud of the work that she has accomplished.
Don't leave me up here alone. Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good evening. Today it's our, and I say our because this is a district-wide recognition as well as for you, Ms. Gray. Privileged to recognize Ms. Jennifer Gray for achieving a monumental milestone in her professional career, and that is becoming a nationally board certified teacher. As many of you know, National Board Certification is the most respected and rigorous professional certification available in K-12 education. It requires hundreds of hours of dedication, deep reflection on teaching practices, and a proven positive impact on student learning. Mrs. Gray, who does a phenomenal job teaching third grade at Estabrook Elementary, took on this formidable challenge with incredible dedication. Beyond this credential itself, Mrs. Gray's impact is felt every single day at Estabrook. In her 26th year with Ypsilanti Community Schools, she continues to lead not only from the front of her classroom, but alongside her colleagues. She serves as a mentor, a steady voice of experience, and a model of reflective practice. Her willingness to share her learning, support new educators, and elevate those around her strengthens our entire school community. That's what it looks like to make an impact of excellence at Estabrook. We're also proud to share that Mrs. Gray was supported in this journey through our district's SEEK grant, which underscores Ypsilanti's community schools' commitment to investing in the continuous growth of our outstanding educators. We are incredibly pleased to honor Mrs. Jennifer Gray tonight with this outstanding achievement and for her dedication to our scholars. Please join me in congratulating her.
I wrote a short speech, and I don't know if Mark is in here, but he was one of the leading, Mark Coscarello is one of the leading people in here. But I want to begin by thanking my family, who stood by, or more specifically, allowed me to lock myself away while I typed for hours and studied my way through the process of becoming a nationally board certified teacher. I want to specifically thank my son, Josh, who came to my rescue at one point when my videos were too big and I could not attach them. And he heard my screaming, crying, what's going on? And so he came up and ran up and fixed the problem for me. So thank goodness for that. I do want to also thank Mark Coscarella because he is the one who supported me through this entire endeavor. Who a few years ago sent out an email saying, anyone interested in this? Little did any of us know how hard it actually was. And to thank all of you, the Board of Education, Ypsilanti Community Schools, for finding the grant money for allowing me to pursue this amazing opportunity and supporting this incredible journey. Becoming a nationally board certified teacher has been one of the most challenging and meaningful experiences of my career as an elementary educator. The process pushed me to slow down and really reflect on my teaching, how I build relationships with students, how I create a classroom where every child feels seen and valued, and how my instructional choices support both academic growth and social emotional development. It wasn't about being perfect. It was about being thoughtful, reflective, and always focused on what students need most. National Board Certification reaffirmed what I believe at the heart of elementary teaching: the strong foundations, high expectations, and nurturing learning environment help all students grow. It reminded me that teaching young learners is powerful work and that our impact reaches far beyond the classroom. This accomplishment would not have been possible without the support of colleagues, mentors, and a school community that values collaboration and continuous growth. I am grateful for that support, and I'm excited to continue using what I've learned to strengthen my practice for students and families I serve. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm afraid that'll fall.
Thank you for those comments, and I just want to congratulate you, and I'll let the board also share any remarks they would like to. This is a very rigorous and demanding honor to actually achieve, and so we are very proud of you, proud of your work, your persistence, your determination, and to be nationally recognized. That's a high honor, and this national board certification, like it was already shared, is very well respected, as you know, but you put in the work, and you deserve it. And so we are just very, very proud of all your efforts and hard work. So congratulations.
Thank you. I know that I'm the first one to do this, but I really hope I am not the last for Ypsilanti Community Schools, because it is, though it's hard, it's such an honor to have. So,
Well deserving. Board members, what comments do you have? Vice President Lee?
Okay, you're the first one, and you have a husband, and how many kids?
2.
You go, girl.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, yep, I appreciate it very much. So,
Congratulations, Ms. Gray. I am very excited for you. It is always good to be the first, and hopefully not the last. And I also applaud your 26 years of service with the same district.
thank you.
Even through the merger. And I think that is the greatest blessing that our children have. And we hope you continue to be here.
Yeah.
And retire, because I like seeing longevity. And it's always good to see that our educators are continuously trying to increase their knowledge, to provide quality education to our students. And you are a great example of that. So thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
I just want to add my congratulations. I'm so excited to see your hard work recognized, and also that you're bringing this back to your scholars and your community of educators at Esterbrook. It's just really, anyway, I'm adding my congratulations to everyone else's.
I just want to say congratulations as well. It's such an honor, and like I have to ditto what everyone else says, that it's here, that you brought it here, and like you said, you're the first, but hopefully after you've talked to all the other teachers, they may say, hey, we might want to try to do that, and encourage them also as well.
And I guess I'll close this out by saying thank you for your service and your dedication and for being an educator in this district.
Thank you. Congrats again. Let's give Ms. Gray another round of applause.
I was afraid to put that on.
Okay, now that takes us to public comments, our first section for this evening, and I will read the public comment protocol, which reads as follows. Pursuant to Board of Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually, and all remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. First, we have Anel. Tell me how to pronounce your last name. Eccleston. I didn't want to say it incorrectly. Eccleston? Eccleston. So I noticed that we have at least 3 more public comments, and they're all from, it looks like the Student Advocacy Center. Would someone like to, if they're all similar comments, can someone be the representative to share all of those comments to the board? That's just part of our public comment protocol and our policy, so that's why I'm asking the question. While you all are considering that, I'll invite up Perry Stone Palmquist.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, I'm Perry Stone Palmquist. I'm a 20-year resident of Ypsilanti. My senior is at Ypsilanti Community Schools athlete, and I also have worked at the Student Advocacy Center for the last nearly 14 years. But, and I'm here because I love Ypsilanti students and families. Recently, Anthony Williamson forwarded me an email from a young person that we worked with together more than 18 years ago. It was an Ypsi student who was homeless, lost her mother, was living with her aunt and about 10 kids, going from motel to doubled up. And I was working with her in my role at WISD. Ypsilanti Community Schools didn't have the resource, well, it wasn't Ypsilanti, public schools at that time, didn't have the resources to support that student. And I was happy to work with her, to do home visits, to go to the hotel, and to work in collaboration. And it was really meaningful for Anthony to send this email to me where she told me that I changed her life. And she said, it felt good that I had someone to push me to better myself. It felt good that there was one more person that was in my corner to tell me how proud they are of me. She helped me, referring to me, help me get my life back. That student inspired me to find an evidence-based model to bring community and resources to Ypsilanti schools specifically. And that was way before I worked at SAC. And then I was part of the visioning of this new school district with the word community in it. The values that we talked about in many meetings was about community. And so I was so proud to work really, really hard on fundraising and bring an evidence-based model to Ypsilanti Community Schools. YCS, frankly, was ahead of its time compared to other school districts, and I work with them all over, in recognizing the value of community, especially when you're in a school district that lacks resources, right, and has families with lots of challenges. There's 50 years of research, and it's clear about the value of having communities in your schools. Improved outcomes for students, stronger relationships, stronger community. We were looking at the research of our program just this fall. We sat down, we went over the research because we don't expect you to have an MOU with just anybody. You should have high expectations. And the district said, wow, look at these, everyone needs to know about these outcomes that you have with these kids. This is a school-based mentoring program. That's the evidence-based model. And the research is impressive, and our data is impressive, and our student stories are impressive. And I hope some of the parents who are very busy were able to make it tonight, but I know at least one parent already has withdrawn their kid from the district because we've been shut out. It's really hard to do this evidence-based model outside of the school hours. We asked the district to reconsider its approach, working with community agencies, not just ours, others. We are hearing community mental health and others aren't having access. Let's work together on a solution that works for everyone. We care about you guys so much. We care about our students so much. And we really want to find something that's going to work for our students and families. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite up Chris Sutton, and I'll just say that if you want, we love public comment, and we love to hear from members of our community. I just wanted to make sure we were aligned with our protocol and making sure that all comments that are being made from one organization, that there's one representative that is able to share that. But I will allow all the members who are here and filled out a public comment card to come and address the board. Next up, we have Chris Sutton. Is it Sutton? Is that correct?
All right. Good evening. My name is Chris Sutton. I'm a Check and Connect mentor at the Student Advocacy Center. I come to you not only as a community member, but as someone who has walked alongside students at most pivotal points in their life. I want to ask a direct and important question. Why has YCS stopped permitting support programs from entering school buildings? Programs that have demonstrably helped our students succeed. Ypsi Community Schools has long articulated values rooted in equity, belonging, whole child development, restorative practices, and strong community partnership. These are not just words on a website, they are commitments. When I first began as a mentor at Check and Connect, social workers and teachers would tell me, half joking and half serious, you're getting the worst of the worst. They're going to give you a run for your money. And they did. These were students with repeated suspensions, chronic absenteeism, classroom disruptions, trauma histories, and strained relationships with adults. They were labeled as difficult and defiant. But what I saw were students who needed somebody to remind them that they're more than that. I checked their grades. I sat with them when they were angry. I mediated conversations. I called parents. I collaborated with teachers. I helped them connect their behavior to their goals. I reminded them that someone has believed in them, even on days when they don't believe in themselves. 2 years later, those same students are better regulated in class. Their attendance improved, their academic focus increased, teachers reported fewer behavioral disruptions, and they're life learners and going to be future contributors to this community. This is not accidental. It's the result of layered support systems working in partnership with schools. Now that support programs have been denied entry into buildings, I've heard from parents, teachers, and students describing that impact. They describe increased behavioral struggles, greater academic disengagement. And when we remove preventative support, we should expect reactive consequences. If YCS values equity, then we must acknowledge that our highest needs students require more, not fewer resources. If YCS values belonging, then we must ensure students who struggle most still feel anchored with trusted adults. If YCS values community partnership, then we must not close doors to organizations that have demonstrated impact. Children invest in schools and communities that invest in them. And we're strongest when those schools, families, and community-based support programs operate as a healthy ecosystem. So respectfully, what data informed this decision? What student-centered outcomes are we prioritizing? And how can we restore collaborative partnerships that reflect the values YCS stands for? Thank you.
Next, we have Susan, and I apologize because I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly, so I'm going to ask that you tell me what your last name is. Is Susan here? Susan is not here?
Good evening.
Could you tell me your last name, please?
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, I said
Okay.
your last name.
Butterwick, Butterwick. I'm the former referee of the juvenile court in Washtenaw County. Michigan, I'm here to talk about a very select group of students. Michigan foster children are assigned to the juvenile court for state court jurisdiction. The court makes decisions for foster kids while they're in foster care. The Department of Health and Human Services provides their care and supervision. Since 1994, the Student Advocacy Center has been providing advocacy services for students in schools for the juvenile court. Since 2007, the Department of Health and Human Services has contracted with Student Advocacy Center to provide this advocacy. Both Department of Health and Human Services and the Student Advocacy Center report to the court on a 3-month basis on the progress of the students. Student Advocacy Center, I know, has volumes of research on the fact that our foster children have improved markedly in grades, in graduation, and declined in disciplinary measures in schools. Student Advocacy Center provides not only advocacy for students who move around, our students who are in foster care move around the state, unfortunately. They move from placement to placement. So they're not always in Ypsilanti schools for a very long period of time. Some of them are. The lucky ones get to stay in a permanent placement here. These students do not have a parent who can advocate for them and help them with their education. What they have is Student Advocacy Center to do that work. I think probably it's not news to many of you that there's a pretty deplorable graduation rate for students who are in foster care around the state. It's 40%. That's 44% less than the 84% graduation rate for other students in Michigan. So what happens to these students when they move from placement to placement to placement? The records don't always follow them, or the records don't follow them in a timely manner. Their IEPs don't follow them necessarily. If the other school doesn't send it to Ypsilanti, then you have to try to track it down. But Student Advocacy Center does a lot of that work. The court and DHHS asks them to go to the other schools or to come to Ypsilanti schools when the student moves to another county and get these records that are often too slow in coming from various schools around the state. Without those records, these students are placed in school in programs that don't necessarily fit them. Schools don't even know that they may have an IEP because they don't have the records in a timely way from other schools. And I know there are groups in Lansing working on trying to tighten those laws and do a better job. But that's the situation. So Student Advocacy Center is who we ask at the court and who DHHS relies upon to go out and get those records and help with the schools with that, to help the students when they're having trouble in school, to help them with their studies and do all the other things that have been mentioned by other speakers. So it is a real loss to these kids and to the court when Student Advocacy Center can't provide those services in Ypsilanti community schools. And Perry Stone Palmquist mentioned the word community, and I also want to sort of focus on that, because community isn't just a location. It is often that a fact that the institutions and the people within that community have to provide support and want to provide support and care about the people who are there, the people who have less than others. And that includes the children in foster care who don't have a parent. So the community in Ypsilanti community schools, I hope that you will reconsider the decision because you are a community. And these kids need you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments this evening. I was going to say something a little bit longer, but I'm going to be very brief. And the only thing that I want to make sure reflects in our minutes and reflects in this meeting this evening is that we have done our due diligence. We have provided in writing to the Student Advocacy Center the reasons as to why that I have, and I know that the organization also has. So I'm a bit surprised tonight to hear that it seems like a relationship was ended with kind of in an arbitrary and capricious way. That's never how this district has operated. We have hundreds of community partnerships. I was part of those visioning sessions when we started in this district. I'm a professor in the School of Social Work at Eastern Michigan University. My research is on the school to prison pipeline. I know all too well, intimately, based on my work and service in this community, what the impact is. But we provided in writing in detail the reason to Student Advocacy Center, and I just want to make sure the record reflects that so that there is no confusion in the community as to why this relationship that exists in our school district, inside of our school buildings, it was communicated to the organization. And that's all I will say, just so that the record and the minutes reflect that, and for those present here in the community so that they are aware that these reasons were already outlined to the Student Advocacy Center. Next, we have our 180 presentation, and at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. We have several of our staff members who are here to follow up on the data presentation regarding 180. We've asked Principal Schutz, Principal Davis, and Dr. Lopez to share information. They were asked because the 180 program has been in their district, in their buildings, the longest. They have information that they have looked at cohorts of scholars in their buildings and the impact of the program. And so I just asked them to come forward, and Dr. Lopez also, who has pulled data with Clark, our data specialist in the district.
All right,
Thank
good.
you, Principal Schutz from Holmes that you heard from earlier, and Principal Davis from Ypsilanti Community Middle School.
Good evening again. So today, do you want to do our learning intentions? Okay, cool. So we are learning today about the impact of the 180 program at YCS in terms of effect, size, and achievement. And by the end of this, you will be able to describe the impact of the 180 program at Holmes and at YCMS. Holmes data with the 180 program. We had, I think I have 4 minutes, so I got to make sure I stay on time. We've had the 180 program in our building since March of 2024. So we are coming up on 2 full years next month with supports from the 180 program. This data is from 20 students with the highest rate of behavioral write-ups. And so what we see in the 2 years that they have been working, and so presumably also they have the highest workings with the 180 mentors. And what you see in before and after is an improved absenteeism rate. So the before is a higher absenteeism rate that with the darker line, and then after a lower absenteeism rate. This is the effect of reading growth and it moved positively in the positive direction. This is so the first year that they were with us, this cohort of students performed in the 11th percentile. Last year they performed in the 15th percentile, and that's what this data shows here. And then this is the write-ups, the incident logs that come to the principal and our support system, which has also decreased dramatically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but the lines it shows some growth in the decrease in incidents. This graph, this is from the fall of 24, right when the 180 group started with us. And then our January administration just this past, about a month and a half ago. Every quarter at Holmes that I've been there, I've provided a staff working conditions survey with 10 questions that's drawn right from North Carolina because that's where I was before this. And so it uses the same strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree scale, nothing in the middle. And then it asks 10 different questions. This one is always the hardest question to move. Discipline is handled appropriately at Holmes. And as you can see, in the fall of 2024, we were 72, 73% disagree or strongly disagree with the way discipline is handled at Holmes. So roughly 2/3 of our staff. And then in this past winter administration, we are now at 76% strongly agree or agree with how discipline is handled at Holmes. And less than a quarter of our staff is disagreeing or strongly disagreeing with how it's handled at Holmes. What this means is that Holmes has become, the last question of this survey is, Holmes is a good place to work, and it's just agree or disagree. When we first gave this survey, it was about 74 or 75% said it was a good place to work, and in our last administration, it was 97%. Holmes is a good place to work. Our teachers enjoy coming to school every day. They feel supported. And I'm probably over 4 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. So I'm going to pass the clicker there. But this is the reality of what it looks like because of, with the assistance of 180, our whole structure has changed at Holmes.
First of all, I want to just say I normally have on a suit, but this is Spirit Week, and as the chief and instructional leader in our building, I'm also head of Fan First. We have a whole movement, so my whole building has, today is Sports Day, tomorrow's Twin Day, on and on and on. Okay, so I just wanted to apologize for that, and I was doing 180 before I came, 1080 before I got here. So I just want to go through, that's the wrong button. Okay, maybe it ain't. Okay, so for us, the 180 program at the middle school was actually there before I got there, but one of the things that we did is we switched it up a lot. What they used to do, a lot of times they were here more for discipline. What we do with them now is we have a 4-step plan before you get to a principal. And so basically the teacher is the first step. With the teacher, a lot of our students, if they have an issue, and a lot of times they come to school with an issue, what happens with our students, they just need time to de-escalate. They need time. They just need time. And what used to happen at YCMS is you would come out of a class. If you were upset, if you can't calm down or follow directions immediately, then you would probably be seeing a principal, and then it led to it. So what we do now is with teachers, they have 3 or 4 different movements they should make. They have to go move a child. You need to stand in proximity of a child. You might want to pair them up with somebody else. But what 180 does is that's step 1. And then they might even call home. But step 2 in our building is they will go to the 180. 180 in our building does social-emotional learning. They do a lot of restoratives. They do most of our restoratives. And what happens is a lot of times because of the relationships that they come in and they can have the students write it out. They help them with that. They remove them from the place that has caused them so much anxiety or whatever they're mad at, and then they help them work through that. So with us, they're step 2. Step 3, we have SLC leaders, and step 4, we have culture and climate coaches. Before you even get to a principal, so before you get to a point that somebody's talking about you not being in our building, or maybe it's a day for you to have a break, we have steps for them, and each one of those steps, they get time. 180 is integral with, like, they have documentations, but they also move students from place to place, so we don't lose any teaching time. One of the things that happens for us more than anything is they're part of our team, they're part of the collective, and what I mean by that is if we say we need everybody in 180 to make these calls, we all make those calls. They have been very, very, we meet every week. They've been very instrumental in that, but they have relationships to be able to get a student to calm down, and that helps. Sometimes they are at all of their after-school events. So with us, we like their expertise that they bring. And sometimes teachers have to, if you got 25 kids in a class and you have that one student, if they can work with that one and keep them engaged and then help re-enter them back in our building, that's how they really do a great job of helping us in that regard, keeping them in class, and that's how it improve our absentee rate, because you can't learn from home all the time. So for us, that's how they help this. So this one improved. Incidents log. This is a huge improvement. A lot of times what we have our 180 do, they're in the hallway. They have to, it's auditory. So if you hear something at the beginning, that's when they move. They're in our hallways to make sure nobody's in the bathroom doing any of that stuff that happens in bathrooms. But at the same time, they go from room to room and they walk in the halls to make sure that if they hear it, let's stop it before it starts. Sometimes their presence can stop things before they start. And so, and the 180 with us, they work with everybody. So it's, it's really, to get a 1.8 improvement for that particular thing is really, really, that's a huge growth for us. The spring math performances, the way we tied that into them with math, I know we have Mr. K, he's one of our 180. He does a lot of our after-school detentions, and part of after-school detention is that they need to do their homework while they're there. And so he's sitting there working with them, helping them, or whoever that stays after, they're help providing that after-school service for them too. So that is also a benefit. But again, at our building, a lot of the growth that we're having in our building, it is part of the collective. I know we had a lot of people today talking about what they actually did to help improve everything. But for us, the 180 team is just an integral part of what we do and how we do it. So they are, like I said, that socio-emotional learning piece is something that a lot of times teachers don't get the opportunity to be able to give that while you have 24 other kids that we have to keep academically engaged. And so with that, what questions might you have?
I have a question. Did you have a question? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Davis and Mr. Schutz. I guess this is more so, again, a district question. What is the long-term goal as far as sustainability for this program? Because I asked the question before, if we are at certain staffing levels, is the goal for us to continue to have this program? Is this embedded in the long-term goal for behavior management?
The answer is yes, and it's based on need, and it's based also, as you notice, the program fits each school, so there's not one shoe fits all. It's modified based on the need in the particular each individual school. So when you look at Perry's, when you look at Erickson, but it's really, we're not pushing this program to every school. This is an option like anything that we're PBIS and everything that we do. And so if it's an option that you're serious about considering for your staff, then we sit and we talk about impact. We also talk that you're going to be accumulating data along the way, and you have to be ready to do we keep the program, and if it's not working, do we eliminate it, remove it from your building? So these programs, we have We continue to budget because out of 31A, there's funding for this kind of program. And I know that when we're looking at consisting staff matters, one of the things that the staff has is that if one of the individuals is out sick, there's a replacement immediately. The perspective, if something happens with one of the principal feels that that person is no longer living the core of the program, the principal communicates to me or communicates with the executive of the company, and within that same day, that person is gone from the district, and we bring somebody else. 31A will fund this program, but there's something to say with the continuity of always having people who are highly trained, ready to go to support our students, so that they're constantly, they have the skill on forming the relationship with the students and also with the staff. What I've noticed, my personal opinion, and not my personal, but what I've observed, when we give the end of the year, right around this month, I submit the school improvement questions. This is one of the programs that's constantly in those schools, as identified that that's something that the teachers say that they value this program and why they value it. So that to me seems, but I think it's utilized differently in each environment. But yes, we have the funding to sustain this program through 31A and even with Title I dollars. And Barbara's here, so she could talk about those. But we have embedded it so we could sustain it over time.
Okay, thank you for that. My last question is, with this program, I'm hearing a lot as far as teacher input, which is great, but as far as the student, sometimes there may be behavioral issues that need to go beyond their expertise. What processes do we have in place to refer additional supports for the students?
I can say for our building, we do have, so when it's a situation where a student is, so 180 is not the final stop for our students. They're step 2. And so we do have social workers. We have we have a counselor in our building. So if it's a student that's having some other issues, we have other people that can actually help. I know one of the things that Dr. Lopez just talked about is we have had Dr. Johnson from 180. He will be there himself if somebody is, a lot of them will come from Detroit. And if they can't make it, he'll be there. So it's EWIMS?
EWIMS,
Yes,
she's
ma'am.
talking about EWIMS.
Oh, okay. So every one of my grade levels has the MTSS process. They make referrals to the EWIM team. We meet every 2 weeks with the EWIMS team. And that has spearheaded we only have, I think, 4 more students to recover. And so what I mean by that is if a kid missed 3 days in a row, it's reported. We go out as a group. We go to their houses. We come get them. And so that's a big part of it. Disciplinary things is already put in there. So we have a greater view of it. Nobody in my building is falling through any cracks because we are working intricately together.
Can you guys all explain what an EWIMS team is so that the board will know? Because we have them in every building, so they can understand structurally what we have in place, how it's in place, how they're paid to be in there like that. It's through Michigan Department of Ed.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
very structured. Can you explain it?
We have a grant for it. Our teachers, in our EWIM team, all 4 principals on it, our social workers. We have representation from each grade level. The culture and climate person is on there. So we have who else I want to say? Special education is there along with our ELL, multilingual learner. They're there too. So we can find out every aspect of what's going on with all of our students. That leads us in where we need to go, what extra we need to do. And so for us, that MTSS meeting leads to the EWIMS meeting, and it's early warning, intervention, what is it? monitoring system. I'm sorry. And so with that, we find out a lot earlier. So a lot of our students are not getting to 10 days in a row because when they get to 3, we go get them. Like literally, we go to their house, we do a home visit, and anybody and everybody can, if you got a car, you got a break, well, let's go pick these students up. And so that's one of the things that we do. But sometimes, I know for us, it depends on who's your champion. So it's certain students that might just work best with Mr. K. He can get them to do what we might not be able to get them to do. And so, or if it's my lunchroom lady, in our building is a village. And so depending on who that student responds the best to, it's not an ego thing. It's really trying to be able to get them to go. The other thing too with EWIMS, just so I could be a little more clear, we use Panorama to look at the data. It's data driven. Everything is there. We have, like I said, we have the meetings. We have a person from EWIMS, an EWIMS coach that comes, I think ours is in Lansing. She either can be a part, she helped craft the whole thing, but we let the MTSS feed into the EWIMS meetings so we can deal with our students who have the most need.
EWIMS is funded through 23G, a grant that actually is in our transparency page. You're going to read a little bit more about it because it has to be part of the MyKIP work. But the beauty of this with the EWIMS is the whole perspective that the way it works for IPSI is that we have each of the schools is grades 6 through 12. So all the schools, we have 4 schools that are in this partnership. And so the 4 principals and their team come together and we have every 4 months we have a meeting. And it's the whole perspective that we are working together lockstep in relationship to identifying those early warning symptoms and being very, very astute about every single, so that in essence you're responding to the needs of our young people at all points in time. And like Principal Davis just mentioned, the biggest piece there is making sure that every student has that one adult, especially with the high flyers, that they have an adult that they have a relationship. Who is in that building the champion for that student? That's the person who's going to step out, even if the principal, everybody is saying, no, I'm going to suspend him. That person interjects. That person can manage and say, no, I want to work with him, et cetera, or her, and get, So in essence, we're a place where that student has voice, choice, agency, has all those pieces that we're talking about. Because if that's not happening in the school, then it's not, this EWIMS does not work. And everything gets documented in Panorama, but also all the types of data. So we're constantly looking at all data. We come to those meetings, and it's also part of the MyKIP work and the work, and it's a significant goal for the secondary schools. It's required by the MDE, and so we work really hard with that.
Trustee Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for the presentation. I'm excited to see some additional data here. I do have some questions, and Principal Schutz, I think you talked a little bit about the cohort of students that the data for these histograms comes from. Could you remind me who are we seeing in the data in those graphs?
I looked at our Incident Plus, where teachers submit office referrals, and took the top 20 students who were present in our building for the whole time that the 180 program has been with us.
So the 20 students with the highest incident rates.
Correct.
What was the population of students that are represented in the middle school graphs?
So with us, ours is a little bit different because a lot of the students that they started with are not there. So we had to, and then some of our students are brand new. So a lot of them are the ones who are kind of in the middle, who were there, like when they started, some of our students, their data was from 4th and 5th grade. Mm-hmm. And so what we did is we took more of a generalized approach for our students. It wasn't just our highest, because some of the students who are our highest in 6th grade have, because of a lot of different things, they have made drastic drops and referrals and tardiness and just some of their behaviors. And like I said, we attribute that to so many different things. So we try to get a bigger group of them. It wasn't just our top, because who was our top then? A lot of them are not, and some of it's just hormonal. It's middle school. You know, they come in, they get used to it, and it just. I mean, I don't want to be. I can't take all the credit, but I know that it takes a village, and a lot of them have. I think a lot of them are growing up. They understand the standard because it hasn't changed. That's another thing that's been really great with our building is the consistency. We haven't lost more than 2 people in the last 3 years. So and a lot of those are because of babies. So great to have the babies, but again, when it's really consistent, it's one voice, it's one sound. It's not a lot of different. Yeah.
Can you speak a little, like, for example, when I first got here, we never had any classes of middle school students who took algebra. And under Principal Davis and this magnet IB program that's been put there, we now have 60 students in algebra that are going to go into to high school already taking Algebra 1. Rigorous. When you walk into the school, it's like day and night in relationship to the level of rigor, the amount of students that, and I think it's like Principal Davis is saying, it's a shift in building the students' capital, cognitive capital. Do you understand? So in essence, that learning power of actually creating spaces where you're going to do this and we're going to support you and you're going to drive your learning and the goal setting and the learning intention, the success criteria, all that is evidence in the school.
And one of a proud principal moment, we had 47 students who scored over a 229 on the NWA. That's 12th grade. Wow. Some of them are 6th, 7th, and 8th. Well, most of them are 8th, of course, but that makes me happy all day, every day. But we have 3 6th graders who have a 233. And that's, like I said, the end of 12th grade is 229. So to have that, that shows that their aptitude, and our student is varied. So in this IB program, they're getting pushed, they're writing papers, they're really, so algebra, they're getting to the end of the algebra. So we're not just playing like, it looks like pre-algebra, they are using graphing calculators and the whole nine. So for me, that is, when you see 8th graders doing slope intercept, I was just, yeah, they're gonna be ready. And that's our biggest goal, is to get them ready to go to the high school and thrive. And so and like I said again, and not to sound so redundant, having them in the classrooms helps them learn more, and working with them individually can help. A lot of our students were, I say COVID babies, because they were in kindergarten and 1st grade, and if they were blessed, they had somebody get them in front of the screen. All of them did not. And so what they've done for the last 5 or 6 years is hide what they didn't get back then. What we're doing is building those relationships. And, as a principal, I'm reading tests, and then they understand it. Like, especially math. It's really one of those things. Now, they won't do it in class. They tend to act up. But they'll come down to me. I read it. They do it. And they're getting it. And so what's happening now is it's the relationship. The relationship is everything. And I know we're here talking about 180. They're just part of our team. And everything we do, they're part of it. They're there. And like I said, I talk to Dr. Johnson weekly. I see Mr. Coleman is here. We have a weekly meeting. If we have anything that needs to happen, it works. But again, if it's somebody that doesn't meet what I need, that's instant. Like, I don't even wait till Friday. If they're clashing, or sometimes, we have a sub. Yeah, this one might not be able to come back here because of the standard that we've set. So the communication is great, but they understand, and we meet clearly about what the expectations are. And they come from the top, from here, all the way down for us.
And I appreciate how the amazing things that are happening. And also, I think this helps to highlight one of the challenges in education is independently assessing how an initiative like this is impacting the school, because you're not doing any of this in a vacuum. You're not running a controlled experiment. You're giving everything you can to your scholars to help impact all of the things that we're seeing assessed in these graphs. It's really helpful to have the background to know what population of students you're drawing from to graph those data. It would be really helpful to know the units on the x-axis so that we could assess what those effect sizes are. And I know we got some additional bar graphs in our packet that weren't here, so I don't want to dig into those too much now, but it's like some of those distributions are remarkably normal for pretty small sample sizes. It would be cool to, but I do love seeing the distribution and actually getting a sense not just of where the mean is, but like at scale, how is this impacting all of the students you're assessing in whatever subgroup you're drawing from. But numbers and units would be great if we have a chance to revisit data like this in the future.
I would agree with that. Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Because frankly, students typically that are scoring very high, they may not be getting 180 services. So I want to make sure that, especially when it comes to all of the schools that are getting this service, that we have the exact population of students that this really affects. That's what's important, because those are the children that fall in the cracks. And I understand that we just need to have those exact numbers. Like, I don't want to mess around with what probably is. We just probably would need those direct numbers.
And I think you're right on point. So what we did is, if the 20 students that from SAC and the students identified in the middle school, the achievement data is from those 20 students. That's their data. The attendance and everything was from their data. It wasn't anybody else's data. It was like we treated that as the school student in that subgroup of students. Okay. The only thing they had in common is that they participated with the 180 program. They had a lot of support from them. That was the only difference between any of these students. I had Clark put more explanations at the bottom of the PowerPoints. So if you look at the PowerPoint, there's notes, and those notes also explain more detail, because, you know, I will send that to you as well. Okay, because I had that in the note service. It was important for you.
Are there any other board questions or comments?
Just so for clarification, 180 is in all of the schools except for Beatty and Wise? No, they're in.
No, currently is Perry has one, Erickson has it, and then it said Holmes and the middle school.
And the middle school. Okay.
That's
thank
it. There's only 4 schools.
4 schools.
Yeah,
Okay.
4 schools.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other board comments or questions? I just want to say thank you first to Dr. Lopez for putting together all of this data. And I'm sorry that I had to step out and I missed a portion of what was presented. But I just want to thank you, because I know it was a lot to pull this together. And I know that you don't mind doing it and you enjoy doing this work in order to kind of paint a picture for the board and the community as to what supports in our schools are making a difference. And we know there's no one singular program that's going to make a difference. It's a lot of different things that we're doing intentionally, horizontally and vertically across the district that is moving the needle for our students. So for that, I'm very proud to hear the data, right? But more proud to hear the stories, because sometimes the data misses out on what those stories are, and that's just one part of the picture. So I just appreciate being part of this community and this district, and to see how many leaps and bounds we are making academically with our students. And not that we don't have a long way to go, because we do, because we always want to make sure we're looking towards excellence. But I think it's often important to just pause to recognize how much good work is happening across our district. And that's because of the people who are in our buildings every day. Dr. Lopez, were you getting ready to say something?
Thank you. But I do want to say that this couldn't have been done without Mr. Chute's
I was getting to that.
data,
Yeah.
as well as Charles Davis's data, because we came together and then we created the PowerPoint, and then they went and they added. So they had the Incident Plus data, and so it was a collective effort. I also want to say that Clark Rotifer, who's the magic behind this scene, was also putting that data together. And collectively, he was a middleman between all of us to make sure that it addressed the questions that the board members had in relationship to the data. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Lopez. And, having been in the buildings, right, and seeing firsthand what is happening, like that's the story, right? You can have the data is one piece, but when you walk into our buildings, you see the work in real time. You see how our scholars are being engaged. You see the opportunities that are being afforded to them. And that is what matters. So I am just thankful, not just to you as one of our administrators, right, but I'm thankful for what happens on the ground every day. And that's our principals in the buildings. That's our teachers. That's our support staff. That's our folks in the lunchroom. That's our bus drivers. It's everyone across the district that makes this work and to make this happen. So thank you both for being here. And again, I apologize that I missed the great presentation this evening. Thank you. Mhm. Next, we have our budget amendment presentation, and I will turn it back over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce our presenter.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I ask for Barbara Boone, our Director of State and Federal Programs, to come, and she has been working with Priya Nayak, our previous Director of Finance, and myself to develop this budget amendment. This is our first budget amendment of the year, and she has some background for you first, and then a budget amendment to present for you to consider approving at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Elena Zachary Ross. Madam President and Board of Education, thank you for allowing me to present the 25-26 budget amendment. So I have an agenda. I'll be discussing the rationale for amendment, the budget amendment summary, overview of revenue changes, overview of expenditure changes, fund balance history, next steps, and questions and comments. The district is amending the current budget to align revenues and expenditures with updated financials. Adjustments are based on enrollment count, revised foundation allowance, and discipline review of personal and operation expenditures. Updated figures were developed through ongoing budget to actual monitoring, detailed spend, collaborating with Priya Nayak, a previous CFO, working with payroll, and consulting with department leaders and building leaders. This process provided a clear understanding of the current financials trend, and the amended budget accurately reflects the district fiscal position while maintaining responsible financial oversight. The original budget that you received in June of 25 reflect estimated numbers. This budget amendment summary will have the final allocation for all the titles. It will have the final allocation for the carryover, as well as final allocation and carryover allocation for 31A, various state and federal grants. This amendment reflects final allocations in a nutshell. The local revenue, as stated, the original budget shows estimate. The reason why I'm here to amend the budget is because of final allocations. There is somewhat of a difference, a change in some of our revenue. But as I collected this information, I saw the need of doing some changes in local revenue with a change of 1.8. State revenue, now that we know what the foundation allowance is and our student enrollment number is, that information changed by 9.9 million. Federal revenue changed drastically, just a little bit, not too much, and that comes from one of our grants that we had we no longer have it. It ended, and another grant that was just taken from us. And then the incoming transfers and other transactions is just like monies that we receive from the ISD. So our amended budget as of February 23 is $83,438,195 with a $5 million difference. The expenditures is 78% of it is staffing costs. Always, again, the original budget is an estimate because at that time the foundation allowance wasn't out. The enrollment numbers wasn't it wasn't in yet. So now that we have that information and we know what it is, here is our general fund expenditure amendment. The difference is $103,000. This might change. My goal, hopefully, is to do another amendment in April. But as you can see, the revenue and the audit fund balance was July 2025 was 9.5 million. My projected fund balance is 10. This amendment is very important because I want to continue to make sure we're doing what we need to do in terms of audit, getting the right information to you guys in a timely manner, and making sure our audit findings is no longer.
Let's go back on the pause on the change.
Okay.
Go back on the change, the whole total change. You just read the wrong number.
So the original budget was 78 million. And after the foundation allowance number came in, after we know what our student count is, as well as just staff costs, the buildings costs, our amended budget is 82,919,696 with a change of 4.5 million. I also want to just express again, I am looking to do at least 2 more amendments so we can be in line and address our previous budget audit findings. So I want to talk a little bit about the fund balance history and timing. Fund balance decreased from 17 million to 9 million in 24-25. And this was because this was changed reflects timing of revenue, timing of expenditures, and when the revenue was recognized. The expenditures was created in 2023, but the revenue wasn't captured until 23-24. Some of our grants have a period to September the 30th, which is why that fund balance was 17 million in 24-25. This created a reduction in the fund balance. And again, as I said before, it's the timing factor. The expenditures happened in 22-23, and the revenue wasn't captured to 23-24. But our fund balance has remained above the 10% board policy. Historically, the fund balance has been stronger than ever before since I've been here. I watch it grow every year. So my next steps is continue to refine the budget estimate over the next few months, reconciling accounts daily to make sure we stay within budget, determine grant carryover amounts, if any, prepare a year-end final budget amendment early. Like I said, before I even do that final budget amendment, I will be requesting to have at least one more just so we can stay within and making sure we're capturing everything timely and accurately. And then prepare next year initial budget. What questions might you have?
Ms. Boone, for getting this information to us.
Mhm.
Just for a clarity again, I see the large jump in the change just, for added needed instructions and also in instruction support. Just so I'm clear, you're saying that these are funds that came in,
No, these are
these
expenditures.
expenditures?
Yep, so this
Okay.
is staff, salary, and benefits, and
Okay.
cost to support our scholars.
So that's in addition, so those are additional expenses, correct? Because
Yeah.
I'm looking at the budget that you had.
hmm
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Boone.
Thank you very much.
So transportation, that was, it's 2 million,
2.8.
2.8 million loss, right?
It's not a loss. It's just because I'm looking at the budget really closely, and they also have a district grant, transportation grant, so they use those dollars for other things.
Okay. Okay.
You good?
Yes.
You got more questions?
Any other questions?
Yes, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you for sharing all this information with us today. Would you be able to share a little bit more with me about the change in the debt service?
Yes.
Especially as a new board member, it would be good to understand how that changed.
Yes. So one of the things is our debts, part of our debt was relieved, the PA 321, and also I didn't report the debt that we have here. You guys should also have another debt original budget in your packet. So that number is added on Willow Run and Ipsy. That's where it should be reporting.
Does that answer your question, Trustee Sutton Kennedy, or do you have more questions?
I just needed a second to process. Thank you. So essentially, it's not that that number went away. It's just that this is about the general fund, and that number regarding our debt service needed to be in a different section
Yes, absolutely.
of the budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board questions? Mhm.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's in the resolutions, because right now she's just amending the general fund, but the board accepts your budget. You're doing your sinking fund, your food service, your debt fund.
Yep, your Ipsy Willow Run debt fund and your student activity.
I missed one.
Yeah, so the debt expenditures was relieved, but the debt service should have its own budget. It just should have its own budget. I'm not really sure why it was on your original budget, but you should also have a debt budget for Willow Run and Ipsy debt.
Trustee Fields, do you have any other questions? No? Okay. Any other questions from the board? I just have one kind of question, comment. I'm assuming that the amended budget, or I'll just say the budget in general, in terms of the increase in instructional costs, could you speak a little bit just about how the budget is impacted based on us opening a new school this school year?
Well, because of the student count and the foundation allowance, that actually helped us pretty much. Each year, as that building grow, we get more money in state aid, and that's the main thing. If the more students we get, the more money we receive in state aid. So that actually helped our revenue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Boone.
Thank you.
Oh, who has a question?
I did.
Oh, Trustee Sutton Kennedy, I didn't see you.
Would it be possible to also have the numbers for student count added somewhere as a note, like the number that was used in the estimate, and then when we have an updated number, to have that number added as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Anything else from the board? All right, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
again, Ms. Boone. Next, that takes us to our section 104H presentation, and I will let Dr. Zachary Ross introduce this next presentation.
Thank you. The board has received this in several different ways. The name has changed, yet the information continues to come forward. The Michigan Department of Education has the board to look at our goal progress. So we're just, even though the number has changed, it's still the goal progress that the district looks at. It's aligned to looking at our assessments. Again, the name has changed over the years. However, the work continues. We know that we have our MyKit plan, the district MyKit plan, and the strategic work that many of you are on the district-wide committee. So Dr. Lopez will be presenting this. As you see at the very top, it says that we must present on the goal progress by the board meeting in February. And then we'll also present no later than the last day of school. So Dr. Lopez, thank you for presenting today.
Well, good evening, Dr. Hawkins and board trustees. As you know, part of the Michigan law is that we have to present, it used to be 98B, but now it's shifted into Section 104H, Goal Progress Report. The reason we have to do this because it's not only a good thing to do and keep us on track in relationship of looking at data, but also as part of a funding initiative. If we do this, we test students 3 times a year and measure and present to the board our performance. We're rewarded by the state of Michigan as a reimbursement for our NWA cost. Okay, so it's significant, and that continues to increase. Could be $50,000, but it's $50,000 that we could use differently for educational purposes. So there is a direct alignment to that. As we move forward, you know that the Section 104H Goal Progress Report is really, we're responsible, like Dr. Zachary also said, present to the district in the fall, then again in February, and again at the end of the year to make sure that you're able to see the results of the NWA and our progress throughout 3 points of services with our students. Moving forward, our goals are right here. In the middle of the year, our goal right about now, the middle of the year is now, and all YCS students in grades K to 11th grade will improve performance in reading and ELA from fall to spring as measured by NWA. And then at the end of the year, you see that it moves from fall to spring. So this was fall to winter is the top one, and then fall to spring at the end of the year. And so what we're looking at is in the area of reading and also in the area of mathematics. And this is pretty standard every year, et cetera. So what I want to highlight here is our collective work at YCS. What has gotten to, before we look at the data, I think it's important to narrate that story about what's been taking place. With this last year, one of the things that we started the year really strong was the whole perspective of making sure that our leaders who are responsible pretty much for facilitating their educators' sense making and learning side by side, we adopted a concept of learning together. That meant that our academic leader, which is the principal in the building, works closely with their culture and climate coach and their teachers to make sure that they're planning together, working together, looking at instruction together, unwrapping the units together. And this initiative of learning together allows us to go a little bit deeper, because then as the principal and also the instructional coach, the principal could raise those real conversation around, is this instructional process that we're doing really driving student as leaders of their own learning. The goal is to transition for us is to, this year has been to transition to a space where students have voice, choice, and agency, but making active decisions. So that means that when you walk into classroom, you should see learning intention and students very clear about the success criteria. Reason I'm saying that, and that's the work that in Learning Together we're doing. So you see the instructional coaches pushing a little bit deeper with conversation with the teachers. So if the teacher's saying, hey, I'm doing this, then let's videotape you on your phone so you can see how you, and let's have a deeper conversation. What do you see? What opportunities were missed? Where else could you have exerted a little bit more conversation with that student to really, and the goal is not only looking at your practice, but looking at positioning the student. What questions are the students raising? How engaged is the student? Are the student mastering the cognitive development that they have to master at a rigor level? And if not, what conversation should you be having with that youngster? So the focus is on the student, but we're coaching the adults on how to focus on their student so that the students are driving the learning. That's a shift so it requires from our staff a mental shift. And this is what that Learning Together is helping everybody talking together. Again, if we think at the model, remember our triangle where the children, the students started and the teacher around the triangle? The model that we're talking about is that now a teacher, a brand new teacher coming in, does not only just have the principal as a coach or the coach, as the instructional coach as a coach, but they also have, if there are 4 second grade teachers, now I have 3 other second grade teachers where I could go into those classrooms and they're also coaching. So now I'm a brand new second grade teacher. I got 3 teachers who are coaching. My coach, I have 5 people that I could go to. So if this person is busy, I could go to the next person. I could go watch a lesson model with the same unit. So this is important because as we're shifting the culture by coaching staff, coaching them up, and coaching them up to the next level. And this is the way that we're working hard to adapt the dialogue that you're going to see today. And we see some movement in that direction right now, but we're going to see more by the end of the year. And one example of that is Reveal Math and working with SIS. And I know that some of the board members here, 2 of the board members were in that training with us the other day doing our strategic MyKIP work. And one of the things is that Reveal program that we have is really being impactful in the lives of our young people because it's really working lockstep with teachers and really shifting their mindset and to make sure that they are mathematically inclined to support our students in their development of mathematics. And that's what you'll see. So in here, one of the takeaway that I would like you to see is that our overall scholars proficiency growth measured by NWA continues to grow over time with our students. Our scholars proficiency and growth, you're going to see gains. And then you're also going to see some gaps in those transitional year. Again, I don't think that's what is shifted, but we need to continue to work with that. And I think that's why we are digging deeper in the content that we're presenting and the way it's being presented to the student. And the only way is that we need to get into the heads of the instructional leaders, the people who are teaching. And so the best invitation to a principal or to a coach is when the teacher allows them to get into their thinking about how they're developing that lesson to connect those opportunities for students. And the best gift that a student can give a teacher is to allow that teacher to get into their head to see how they're processing, understanding, developing their cognition, etc., that meta-cognitive and meta-strategic pieces that are being developed with us. So when we look up here, takeaway 2 is the overall proficiency of growth for our groups. I don't like using the word subgroups, but our groups are measured for improvement. So you see that our special ed students are also performing high in certain areas and not in others, but in relationship, they are outperforming the year before from other special needs students. The multilingual students as well, there was gaps in 6th, 7th grade, and in relationship to African American students, their achievement was also, and I'm going to show some of those gaps as we talk about, and opportunities missed and opportunities gained. So on this particular chart, what this shows is that these are the fall to winter NWA reading benchmarks for our students. And this is the average winter NWA reading achievement was lower than the published 2025 norms in NWA reading achievement across all grade level. However, the differences between the winter reading scores that you see here and the national averages were within only a few points. In grade K, 10, 11, and 12, they were very, very close to those norms, extremely very close. So since COVID, we have observed our scholars' resilience continue to grow and move in the right direction. The NWA item banks remain unchanged since 2010. However, new national norms were released in 2025, this last year. These norms were generally slightly lower than the 2020 norms. But the key thing here, as you look at this, is an observation that we are noticing is that while the tests and scores for our students have only made small changes, the achievement percentile represented by those scores are slightly higher than when calculated with the older 2020 norms, which were based on nationwide assessment from 2011 to 2019. So we're moving and trending in the right direction, but some areas were flat, and we did not see the kind of growth that we wanted to see. In other areas, we saw significant gains and outperforming. So on this particular slide is the growth. So in this one, it's fall to fall. And so you don't see any orange because we have no data for those kindergartners from last year. So this is fall to fall, so this is our first fall. That's why I don't have an orange. But when you see the orange bars are growth percentiles from the fall from the previous school year, and the other one, the blue one, is for this year. Despite generally lower than normal averages from NWA reading achievement scores, the NWA reading growth from the fall to the winter is comparable to the 2025 national norms for NWEA reading growth, and it is in the third quartile or average across all grade levels. Once again, reading growth for grades 8 and 11 exceeded the fall to winter national norms in those areas. So we exceeded in certain areas and not in others. In here, this is the math, and these are the fall 2025 NWA math benchmarks for all students. Similar to reading, the averages for fall and math achievement was lower than the published 2025 national norms for NWA math achievement across all grade level. However, the winter math scores for YCS students was within a few points from the national average for kindergarten, first grade, and 11th grade. And this particular one, this is on the growth. The orange bars, again, represents the fall to fall math growth percentiles, and the blue bars represents the fall to winter math growth within the current school year. NWA math growth from fall to winter was not too different than the growth from the reading, but for all grades except in grade 6, fall to winter math growth was in the third quartile of average in the NWA scale. There has been positive teacher buy-in in Reveal Math and for grades K through 8, especially with the SIS teacher support, and the grades K to 5 with these now in place. Our hope is to improve elementary mathematics to a higher level because we see a real buy-in from the staff and we see teachers excited about it. What's happening in this is that they're getting coaching, they're getting training, and then in their building, coaching in real time in their classroom. Also, we just released on February 12th was the whole curriculum, the pacing, the alignment of all Reveal into our own personalized toolkit that actually has the set curriculum for our teachers. There is nothing guessing here. You click on this and you can get right to the page of what that looks like for the student, what you assign to different level of students, for a multilingual student, for a student with special need. What we did as well, we invested a lot of money there, and we invested a lot of money also for Reveal Mathematics to be taught to our special needs students and our student with multilingual. And what we did is, like we always live, high rigor with high support. So we kept the crown up here, the standards are here, and we put the systems in place. So in essence, the special ed team and a number of teachers met, no different than our teachers, to co-design that curriculum. And we took the curriculum and unwrap it. And so we have developed, we're in the process of finalizing their whole curriculum as well. That's very rigorous and also will help our students to do well, which is important at that, okay? So in essence, it's not leaving anyone behind, making sure that when we're accelerating, that we're not only accelerating with the general ed population, we're accelerating with all students. All means all in this district, and we're not taking any exceptions with that. It was a little bit, I'm gonna be honest with you, it was a little resistant at first, and I had to massage the team, you follow me, because they didn't want to really move in that direction. But when we look at the scores and we look at our students, our scholars are born to achieve. And the only thing that stop any learner from learning is people not believing in them. And so the reality is we brought the team, had great conversation about expectations, about, hey, our students are worthy of being able to be taught at a rigorous level and with the right supports and intervention. And that's what we've done. And so in essence, it helped a lot that our math contractor, or I call it Solutions Shannon McCarthy, has a background in special education in mathematics. And so in essence, that helped a great deal. What also is making a difference with our teachers is that every coach that they have is a mathematician, meaning teachers that taught math. And one of them is Janelle, and Janelle was the math specialist at the ISD. And so she is literally working in our buildings with every school building. And the personalization is really deep, okay? So I want to skip over this, and then I want to show you this. So again, when we're looking at grades 9 to 11, we are within the effective area and moving toward the highly effective in that retrospect. But on the other hand, we are where we need to be and moving toward even better, okay? But the goal here is, again, it's moving toward the 60 and 70% and 80, and that's what we've been working. So the next here is the data for special education. The winter NWA reading achievement was, and one might expect, lower than our student who gets support from the IDEA. But yeah, you could see that there was growth. You see from fall to winter, you see that the orange is the fall and the blue is. So you see that there's consistent in the elementary schools, and then there's a little drop in the middle school, 6, 7, and then it levels up again in 8th grade, a 9th grade level, 10th grade, 11th grade, and then there's a drop in 12th grade. But I think it's important when you look at this data, please take a look at that. I put notes underneath to, I think that helps you to explain. Send me a text or email if you have any questions, because there's a lot to unwrap in this data. Yeah. The beauty here is that we take this data, and I want you to know what we do with this. So we create this data, we create a document for all the principals where they can see, and they have the lowest 5%, the lowest 25%, and we have a multi-tier systems of support. So then we identify for them, if this student is at the lowest purpose percentile, we highly recommend that this student receive these kinds of intervention in mathematics and reading. And we do that for the lowest 5%. And then, like you heard both of the principals talking, it's all about having high rigor with high support and making sure that the principal is unapologetic about the work. And that the teachers, because the reality is we're still a school district that brings a lot of new teachers. They need some time to really navigate and get comfortable with the learning, because the learning is rigorous. So we are great here because we have instructional coaches that are there supporting the learning. So when you look at the reading growth, it was significant reading growth in grades 1, 8, 9, and 11, and exceeded, even though these students are special ed, it exceeded the national 50% of compared to the national norm. So even our students with special need can exceed and go beyond that level as well. That's why I said the rigor of making the curriculum comprehensible and appropriate we have to be unapologetic about that. Okay, and so when we look at this particular one here with the math achievement again, you can see that the blue, we are growing, but we wanted to see a little bit more. Do you follow me? But on the other hand, the students are, but we did see in the middle school 6th and 7th grade, but it about leveled out in 8th grade. Do you understand? The reality is this is this data in front of the teacher, but the data for the principals and the teacher goes more detailed than this. It doesn't this graph. It is detailed, and it identified by color. It makes I love the way Clark breaks it out for me, because I wanted it to be in color. So in essence, if you're green, the more green you are, darker green, you are great. But if you get dark red, that means this is a student that is on crisis, that really needs the support. That child should be receiving additional intervention. Then when you look at our school, for example, Principal Davis' school, that's double math and double ELA. So the students have a 45-minute of Reveal Mathematics and then 45-minute of ALEX. So, and also supports needed that they have. And the same thing with ELA, et cetera. So those kinds of interventions are really making a difference with our young people, okay? The other thing that's happening is that AI, and I know that you probably think I'm all crazy, but the reality is AI, having a personal tutor, that is when you need the help, not when trying to get your teachers to come support you because the teacher's too busy trying to do all the other kids or whatever. Having an AI tutor such as Khan Amigo, the effect, size, and achievement in the learning of the students and the rigor. And so in that spirit of student driving their own learning, we have contracted through $31A, and we are purchasing Khan Amigo for grades 6 to 12. And every student is going to be taught how to use it effectively. And so what it does is twofold. For the student has their own personal mentor that does not give them the answer. The student plugs in the question that they have, and then it asks the student questions. So how would you like to begin with this? And then if the student does not have it, then it keeps asking questions, and then it's adaptive. So it goes up to accelerate and see what the gaps are in the learning. And what I say to you, you have access to Khan Amigo, because I would like you to play with that. It is amazing. And the results that for schools that have been utilizing it now, we were one of the fortunate school districts that piloted with Michigan Virtual at the high school with ESL students in an algebra class. Those students not only were used, and then it translates into different languages. So the students were able to use Khan Amigo and maintain not only learn English, but also sustain the academic. And so to me, when we saw when I was in that classroom and seeing, oh my God, these kids are really accelerated here in that algebra class. The beauty is that these are those tools. And for the teacher, is a coach on the side for the teacher. So it suggests to the teacher, hey, Johnny, you could push this assignment to Johnny because Johnny's ready for that growth of level. And so and then it helps the teacher to craft the lessons and do those kind of things. So it's one of the tools AI tools that we're venturing into putting into the classroom, because we were able to pilot it for 2 years and so gains. And so we want to utilize that for our students. So in moving forward, the date, I'm going to go back to this piece because I think it's important, because all the subgroups and the data for all the subgroups. But when we get to the very end, I think it's important here. Give me a second. God, it's a lot. Okay, so this one. So winter benchmarks, growth and achievement in both reading and math, have become more uniform across. That's one observation we saw. Our teachers, the ELA math curriculum and our pacing are coming into more closer alignment because the teachers are there helping to co-construct that and working with external partners to make that happen. So that what the biggest thing for me, and I think Maria, Trustee Goodrich, when you were an instructional coach here, we talked a lot about ambitious teaching. And when I was walking into class, I wasn't seeing ambitious teaching. And I didn't want to blow anybody's bubble, but it wasn't ambitious to me. Now I can walk into a classroom and ambitious teaching is happening. Alignment to the state standards are totally aligned, and that's making a difference. So take a look at this because I think this hits all our areas. But the other aspect, during the 25-20 school years, we continue to use Read 180 for support, the multi-tier support, the EWIMS that we talked about, the HMH instruction, Goldie Mohammed's 5 Pursuit. But we have taken it a little bit deeper because now we're working with Soretta Hammond. And what we're doing with that is really building student learning power so they could drive their learning by building students' cognitive capital. And that is so crucial to move our students forward. The other piece here is what's next for literacy. Our school will continue. We're utilizing all these. I mean, when you walk into the young kids and the kids are doing novel effects and doing all these kind of AI pieces in the classroom, we're seeing that kids are using AI as a partner to learning, not for cheating or anything else, but for mastering and going deeper into the learning. It's very, very different. The district's artificial intelligence integration through adult professional development. We have the AI Youth Ambassadors taking place, the Spotlight Labs, all these things are making a difference with our young scholars in going deeper and reflecting into learning at a different level, okay? So we're moving in a different direction, and for numeracy, you can see all the things that we're doing with the SIS, the FTSS, and so what questions might you have?
Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Lopez, for the presentation and all the data that you shared. I just say we were talking about histograms in the previous presentation. It would be really cool in some of those pivotal transition years to maybe take a more granular look at what's going on in those years and kind of seeing if it's a wholesale shift or if there are particular portions of students that are struggling with the transition. But thank you for all the data. Just a quick note, because we receive these as PDFs, similar to the last presentation, we don't get to see the speaker notes, unfortunately. So we miss all the hard work that you put into those explanations. They don't come through in the PDFs, but it would be really cool to see them.
I'll share them with you.
And I'm really glad to learn more about some of the kinds of AI supports that we're using. I'm familiar with Conmigo from the world I teach in also, and I do think that it's exciting when you have well-vetted, carefully scaffolded learning supports in place. There is a lot of potential to assist, especially many of our multilingual learners, so that they're advancing on all tracks at the same time. One of my wonderings, you mentioned a couple of times that we have these really high proficiency in our lowest and our highest grades. And I'm curious if you have any hypotheses about the root causes for that.
So I think the root cause is also when it's walking into a classroom and watching that adult that's actually teaching the students. So it's about relationship. It's about teachers and educators who really are non-apologetic about acceleration in their classrooms. And so they're engaging the students. They're using project-based, problem-based, and place-based, and using different approaches. So one of the things, it's also each of the schools using innovative techniques and processes that are non-traditional. Also, we walk into a classroom where they're moving from compliance to opportunity. And so they're challenging even the district with compliance and rules that serve as barriers to learning. And they're trying what we're calling teacher action research, and they're putting those strategies into play. So for example, in Mr. Schutz's school, Holmes, one of the things that I call it platooning, which is students get a math teacher and a science teacher, do you follow me? And they're starting that earlier, and all fifth graders are doing that. Well, that's preparing them for middle school. And there's also not only preparing for middle school, they're all of a sudden, they're also working with the students and making sure, because a lot of it, students are not in, like in middle school, taking classes and looking at their classes in Power School, whatever. So they're working with their students to identify students, so students start paying attention to GPA earlier on. So when they transition, they know the importance of those grades and correlates those grades to those. So kudos to the schools that are trying these types of innovation. Dr. Sharif is doing a lot of different innovative programs. She's out of 30. We're also leveraging 31A differently. I met with every single principal to identify their wish list, that if they could get staffing or supports or $31A to reconfigure differently. So we got after school program, before school program. We have all kinds of initiatives happening, but it's that the instructional leader sitting there and having good conversation. I just ask a lot of questions, and the reality is I'm not going to go into that building because there's no magical Superman's going to come and turn that school around. It has the people inside that building have the power to turn that around. We're here to provide support, and we're here to ask all the questions, where like holding out the mirror so they can see what they're doing and they can communicate that vision and identify. Because I think it's important, because the answer is in that space. Just like I always say, Dr. Secretary also always says, the smartest people in the room is the room. It's all of us collectively. It's the same thing in the school. So I don't know if I answered your question, but.
You certainly shared a lot of great examples of ways that we're working on providing more support. And this can be a further conversation later. I'm still kind of curious about why it's showing, why that proficiency, high proficiency is showing up particularly in the youngest and the oldest grades, and if there's something in particular that's happening in the classrooms there, or if there's some interesting sampling bias that might happen in our data. But I'm not going to belabor that right now because I'm sure other people have questions.
Other board questions?
Just for the elementary, especially with the younger ones, is the approach that we're using with phonemic awareness, with the whole literacy essentials, by focusing on those, working with the teacher, but working with the students as well. So, and putting $31A to bring literacy, like interventionists for Title I interventionists, you follow me? And that's making a difference because they're using Ortho Gillingham, and they're using all these strategies with the students. So that time they're spending there. And in the secondary, when you go in there, I'm just telling you very honest, it's apprenticeship. It is doing by doing. And so what we're seeing is the career technical opportunity, and our students in the dual enrollment and all of that is what's enticing our students. They're not bored. They're engaged. They're driving. They're beable. In the elementary, it's a hit because it engages the students. And it's also working on students' lexile. So those are where we're seeing those gains. And because you have to have a program that really speaks to the heart and soul of the student. So their talent, their interests, and that's when students are connected and it's interest important to them, they're embedded. Yes, those are, I would say. I'm sorry.
It sounds like Trustee Goodrich, you want to ask some questions later to follow up, possibly. Okay. Trustee Townsend, I saw you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lopez, for the information. I do consistently see that in regards to assessments may be high, but then when we look at the actual growth, there's a lot of dips in certain grade levels, of course, between 6th to 12th grade. I'm particularly interested in math growth percentage and literacy growth percentage with African American male students, as well as there was a dip in one for multiracial male students as well. And I'm trying to understand, or what explanation do we have from the data that you see is contributing to that, or why there is still that continuous dips?
So one of the things that we notice when I have Clark looking at all this constantly, and it's a whole perspective of attendance is an issue with certain students. It could be that if they're misbehaving in the class, did they get suspended or they got removed from the classroom, or did they self-select to get out of the classroom? So one of the things that why we embedded Goldie Mohammed and why we're working with Soretta Hammond's piece is the whole perspective that for students to be successful, they need to know that, like for example, that you see their greatness before they even see it, and that you're there to support them and be able to form those relationships. So I think that I don't have all the answers, but we're noticing that for the classes where African American students thrive, the teacher relationship with the student is unified. When I go into the classroom up here at the high school, I decided to take Charlene from the ISD because I bring partners to the table and they're coaches from the ISD. So we went over there and we spent the afternoon there going from every math class that was there. There were 6 math classes we went to. What we witnessed when we walked into each classroom is high rigor, but most important that we saw is the relationship that the teachers have with the student. So when we went to Andrea's STEM6 class, the engagement of the AI tools that she was using with the students and the moving around of the teacher relationship. So when students are failing, I really think we need to look at what's happening in the classroom. Student engagement matters. And are we working with the students? Are we making instruction relevant? Are we making, so that that whole process of engaging, having students learn by doing is important. And so to me, the teachers, and then when I walked into every single math class, they were doing rigorous work, but they were doing it in alignment to a project. Some students who were podcast students but they were doing algebra and in higher level through podcasting, et cetera. So finding the teachers there have figured out how to form relationships with students, identify what their strengths, their interests are, and have them build their math through those initiatives. And then we were seeing the scores of the students in those classrooms. So the biggest thing for me is for the students who are not doing well in the school level, then Dr. Chelsea and every principal on reps, they got the data for their building to the point where they could identify who that student is who's not doing well, to find out, and as a principal, is their responsibility to identify who are these students. So in all our schools, we have data walls that they use, and they're tracking and trying to figure out what's going on, and forming those relationships with the student to see, is this a classroom? Is the student bored? Why is the student not engaging? And so those are the conversations we're having now, and why we're working with Soretta Hammond and others, is the whole perspective that we really need to examine what's going on in our classrooms. Every teacher, every instructional coach, and so it's the business of everybody, because we want to make sure that every student has the support and have the opportunity to have that rigorous instruction, but with the right supports, et cetera. So the perspective here is, when it doesn't happen, is identifying why. But when I am talking to building leaders and looking at the data, is a number of students whose attendance are really, they're out of school, or they self-select by behavior, all of this stuff. So with these individuals, we're now looking at how do we develop a process of engaging them in finding areas of interest so that we could build that. So we have the literacy libraries, we have all of these things that we are doing, but the beauty is engaging the student in the decision making. So we have shifted to learning intention with those success criteria, students goal setting, so that students are gauging their learning, but they're driving the car. And the perspective is, do you want to be a passenger in your own car, or do you want to be a driver? We want the students to be drivers. So that requires a different kind of learning. So the teacher cannot be in front lecturing all this information, because the kid could look at that in a phone in 2 seconds and 10 PowerPoints, and I already know what you're talking about. So kids don't need all that information. Kids need to be able to process, learn, get deeper with the learning. And so it's shifting that, what modern classroom looks like. What does a class that drives student learning really look like? It's not a kid sitting there passive. It's a kid engaged and really deeply reflecting on the learning. So those are the kind of things. Don't have all the perfect answers, but one thing that we do is the principals. We have conversations with the principals. We have conversations when we meet here at School Improvement, everybody here. What are we doing with that population? And our principals know who these students are by name. And they're trying to bring supports, et cetera. So it's ensuring that the students are in Read 180, are in ALEC. It's on all these interventions that are accessible to make sure that they have exposure and are able to succeed. But it's ongoing. Yeah, send them to me. Population. Yes. Yeah. 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 So one thing for sure is that that's why we went into IB, and also because the simple reason that it raised the level of rigor, and also so in essence, those shifts are taking place. That's why we're having all these conversations, innovation, and we're trying to get to that point where how do we engage the mind of this alpha generation that we're dealing with. So in essence, we're utilizing all these tools and whatever. The perspective of bringing the AI, even the Conamigo, is that will help that student also to self-learn as well. So there are these thought partners with AI that can help the student to master the skills that they're behind as well. But the perspective for us is we also engage with visible learning, and the dialogue with visible learning is to look at that continuum of a disengaged student to one student who's driving the learning that is fully engaged. So we have this trajectory that's why we did training with we've been doing training with every staff member. And when I get all the math teachers from the middle school or whatever, we're working very heavily with those and looking at curriculum differently. And so we don't have all the answers, but we continue to work on those, and these data points are being lived in the buildings that are being impacted. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. So, and one last one. The school, I just want to make sure, because the middle school has funding that we allocated, so they do tutoring to 21H with individual students. So they do have many opportunities and initiatives. Student staying to do it is another thing. Do you follow me? So it's how do we work around all the things? Because some of the students want to go to sports and you understand. So it's how do we make it all work? But the initiatives is that the middle school does champion for every dollar to try every innovation they can. Just a thought. I mean, maybe not perfect, but we got room for growth. You follow me? In many, many ways. And so the thing is that I also know that you are very successful with your program with tutoring. So if we could connect and try to figure out other things that what motivates them to come, then we could learn from that as well.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Any other board questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Lopez.
No problem.
Next, that takes us to our action item under Student Affairs, which is the acceptance of a field trip for our middle school students, 1080 team, to go to Baltimore, Maryland. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields move that the Board of Education approve the overnight field trip of the Ypsilanti Community Middle School 1080 program to Baltimore, Maryland on March 18th through the 23rd, 2026 for the National Black Engineers Society Convention 1080 Regional Race in Baltimore, Maryland.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any discussion on this item, board members, or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of a field trip to historically black colleges and universities, to Wilberforce, Frankfort, Connecticut, and Nashville, Tennessee. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend, I move that the Board of Education approve the overnight field trip of the Ypsilanti Community High School for the HBCU Spring 2026 tour to Wilberforce, Ohio, Frankfort, Kentucky, and Nashville, Tennessee on April 7th through the 9th, 2026.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of a field trip to for our 1080 team to go to Charlotte, North Carolina. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education approve the overnight field trip of the Ypsilanti Community Middle School 1080 program to Charlotte, North Carolina on April 23rd to the 26th, 2026 for the National Championship Challenge for the 1080 race at the Charlotte International Speedway.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to I'm
You
sorry.
didn't say that.
I didn't.
You didn't. I know. I was like, I was waiting. I was patiently.
No,
This
no,
is
just
interesting.
jump in. Yep.
So are these two different groups of students? Or are they the same group of students? Are we assuming they're going to win and they're going to the next one? Okay, I
Yes.
just wanted
1,000%.
That's confidence.
clarification.
That's excellence.
They won 2 years in a row.
They did.
At
So
the
we know they're
first one. So if we have to come back, it'll be too close.
So you just want to get up to date? That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
We're
That's-
believing that they're going to win again.
That's proactive. I ain't mad.
Yes, it is.
And my code's on.
We're also building a pipeline. We have had great success in the middle school. We got the #1 rated driver in the country. But now we're taking her to the high school. So we have an all-girls team at the high school level, but now we have 2 6th graders, 2 7th graders, 2 8th graders. So we won't have the issue that we have now. Our middle school students have never had the opportunity to get on an airplane. We're doing like 3 hours a day with them. I think today we did data-driven design, and part of the presentation, it's so many parts other than just the racing, building the cars, doing all the other stuff. But we're trying to build a pipeline. One of the things we talked about today, that was 1.2% of of engineers are African-American women. Yeah. So yeah, we want to, our She's now a ninth grader. Our driver in ninth grader, her times in seventh and eighth grade was better than the high school winners.
Yeah.
So,
I
yeah, we're just
appreciate
being
that.
proactive.
Yeah, that's,
Mhm.
I mean, that's
we
beautiful.
manifesting it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So when I read it twice, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, these
The
are some
Nationals
babies.
is totally different than NESB. It's going to be 20,000 people at that conference. So they get to see black excellence in a whole nother level. All of the kids, the young people in suits and, getting jobs and things of that nature. But when you go to Nationals, it's just, it's about 100 people in there. It's just totally different. It's not the same thing, but it's also with the theme of excellence, and we want to get our youngers, we never took sixth graders before. So now we're trying to think about where they're going to be at in
the next few years.
Yes.
And financially, how is it supported, like, for both of these trips? Is it like, is that
driving
through a grant?
possibilities.
Okay.
So when we go to NESB, we have about 20, Toyota closes their booth to come watch.
Okay.
It's the most supportive relationship. It's a godsend, really. Just to have them come, they spend an hour with our kids, just talking to them and just feeding into them. People from all over the country, and they know them by name. It's really, it's a
beautiful.
blessing.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for,
putting it,
clarifying
it's
that
two
for
of
me.
them. Thank you, guys.
We can't wait until you all come back and tell us how you are the champions again. All right. Just to recap, we had a motion made by Trustee Fields. It was supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the field trip request for Ypsilanti International Elementary School, which is a fifth grade camping trip. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve the field trip request for the Ypsilanti International Elementary School fifth grade camping trip on May 20 to 21, 2026 to Somerset, Michigan.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend, I move that the Board of Education approve the January 12, 2026 regular board meeting minutes, 2 February 17, 2026 special board workshop minutes, and 3 personnel matters as per the presented listed date, February 17, 2026, new hires, resignations, terminations, and retirement.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to action item. We're at number 9 under Human Resources, which is the approval of the Director of Finance contract. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education approve the Director of Finance contract of Barbara Boone with the commencement date of February 23rd, 2026.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Are there questions or comments at this time from the board?
I do have one comment. I want to acknowledge Ms. Boone and all of the hard work that Mrs. Boone and all of the hard work that she has done in these last few months, and especially with the audit. And I do appreciate your service and the support from your team as well, because I think that's very important. The leader that you have over a good team means success. So congratulations. Well, we still got to vote.
We do.
Yeah. Well, after that.
Proactive.
I'm proactive with that. Thank you.
Any other board comments, questions? Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Board. And in the absence of Ms. McCarty, I just want to give some more background of Mrs. Boone with over 15 years of accounting experience. She's been in the district for 7 years. She started off as the accounting supervisor, and when the grants position was vacant, she applied for the role. She worked with the two previous CFOs, the directors of finance in the district. She has been committed to the district, bringing her own child to the district to attend school. He's in Ypsilanti Community High School currently. She holds the business manager certification with MSBO, taking the classes, rigorous classes throughout the years with her eye on this position. She has a bachelor's of business administration, and as our board treasurer has stated, when our auditors were working within the district, they personally requested to work this year with Mrs. Boone, and she did an outstanding job. In addition, if you looked at the information towards the end of the meeting about the refinance, she worked really closely with Standard & Poor's with the S&P rating, and our district had an improved rating. And as you have noted from Nate from PFM, they talked about because of the improved business practices, and that's been under her leadership under this short amount of time. It's been a pleasure working alongside her, and I highly recommend her for this position.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross, for your comments. And before we take the vote, I just want to also echo the comments made by Trustee Townsend, and there are several of us on the board who serve on the Finance Subcommittee, and those external partners who sat on that call to give you high accolades and to say how committed you are and how quickly you were able to bring the audit together. There was immense pressure, and you rose to the occasion, and this board and this district are grateful for all of your hard work because we know the learning curve was steep, but you rose up and you made it happen. And we are really, really grateful and thankful to have you as part of our Ypsilanti Community Schools community, and now to see you move into this new role. It is really a testament to who you are and what you bring to the district in terms of your skills and your expertise. So thank you for all your hard work. To recap, a motion was made by Trustee Fields, supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Boone. We are at item 10 under Business and Finance. And we have a resolution. Is there a motion for the 2025-2026 budget amendment? Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education approve the attached 2025-26 resolutions for General Fund, Food Service, Ypsilanti Debt, Willow Run Debt, Sinking Fund, and Student Activity Fund.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the 2026 refunding bonds resolution. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education accept the 2026 refunding bonds resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there a support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any discussion on this item or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the 403B, 457, and 401A provider changes resolution. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education accept the 403B, 457, and 401A provider changes to plan member services resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. And before I open up for discussion, just a reminder to the board that these provider changes were presented to us at the January 12th board meeting. Any discussion, board members, or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, we have the acceptance of the Stormwater Board Resolution. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education accept the Stormwater Board Resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I had a question about.
Yes.
Just a second, I need to get that one. One of the statements in the resolution says that apologies. Whereas Ypsilanti Community Schools has developed a stormwater program plan outlining the policies, procedures, and best management practices. And then it also says that whereas the conditions of the NPDES municipal separate storm sewer system discharge permit requires Ypsilanti Community Schools to develop policies and procedures that prohibit illicit discharges and so on. So I was wondering if we needed to develop a policy that we would need to pass as a board and to be in compliance with this resolution because I couldn't find one that already existed, if that is the case. So I just wanted to confirm that part of the resolution.
Oh, no.
I'm going to turn it over to the expert. This is Kathleen from ARC Environmental. They help with all the environmental paperwork we got to do for the school district to the state, and she'll give you more of the background on what we have to do and stuff. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen McBride, and I work for Arch Environmental Group, and I'm the manager of our stormwater team there. To answer your question, there is a policy that was developed as part of the stormwater management plan. There's been a bit of a history going back to 2009 where the district had a stormwater permit, and it's gone through some evolutions, and the last time that a board resolution was brought to the board was in 2015. So it's been about 10 years, and the state has re-reviewed the permit application and has given comments, and a new board resolution is needed because the stormwater management plan has been updated. So that policy, I believe it was in the packet that you would have received, that's part of the stormwater management plan.
Okay, so we are able to use the policy that is included here along with the resolution, and us passing that policy makes it a policy for our district, correct? Okay. So does it need to follow the 2-3 thing? Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? Thank you so much. So to recap, a motion was made by Trustee Goodrich, supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the contract bid award recommendation for our summer 2026 paving projects. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education accept the contract bid award recommendation for summer 2026 paving projects of Midwest Paving for Ford ELC and Holmes Elementary in the amounts of $60,000 and $48,000 respectively, of Allied Paving for RCTC and ACE YC2S in the amounts of $113,545 and $103,879 respectively, and of Best Asphalt for Perry in the amount of $95,715.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the Ypsilanti Community High School track resurfacing bid. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education accept the Ypsilanti Community High School track resurfacing bid from Current Surfacing in the amount of $159,500.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Goodrich.
Was that Trustee Goodrich?
Yes.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Goodrich. Any questions? Yes.
Just so I'm looking at a bid, but it says, there was two bids on here, and it says BRM recommends $134,500. What am I missing? Oh, okay. That's the environmental. Am I missing the bid?
There's a $25,000 allowance in the context document.
We added an additional $25,000 allowance to the bid,
Oh, I see.
just in case there's something that needs to be done. We don't have to come back to the board. We don't have to staff the project. We can just keep working at it. So,
Okay, I see it in here.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birchwell. Was there another question? Oh, okay. A motion was made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy, supported by Trustee Goodrich. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the transfer renewal order for Magnet Schools. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education accept the Khan Academy service order for personal AI tutoring for $38,420.
I'm sorry, Trustee Fields, could you go back one to read?
Am I
the-
H? No, I'm not on the, I was on the right one. I mean, I done.
It's okay. It's the,
I'm ready to go?
yep, just go up one
I will-
at the top. Yep. Yep, at the very, very top. It's kind of like it goes over to the next page. Do you see it?
Oh, yes, I do. It's G, right? And then I gotta go to the next page to finish it.
You do.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of y'all. I was ready
You
to go.
were.
I'm like, let's go.
Yes.
All right. Trustee Fields moved that the Board of Education accept a transfer renewal order for Magnet Schools in the purchase amount of $56,000.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any questions or discussion on this item, Board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the Khan Academy service order.
Oh, so okay, you got it? Oh. 'Cause
I thought you was going to bring it back, Trustee Fields.
I know, right?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy moved that the Board of Education accept the Khan Academy service order for personal AI tutoring for $38,420.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
All right. Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any discussion, Board? Any questions?
This was already discussed with the data stuff, correct? Okay.
Just making sure.
Just making sure.
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the E-rate, Category 2, access points. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve, as presented, the choice of Sentinel Technologies as the recommended vendor for updating network infrastructure at YCHS, ACE, and WISE.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Any questions, comments, board members? Seeing none, that motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of
Oh,
the...
sorry, point of order.
Oh,
Madam
I'm
President,
sorry.
we didn't actually vote.
We have to vote.
Oh, y'all didn't vote?
Y'all sure? See, she ready to go. Look, she ready to go too. She gets, look at, she moving along.
You remember our workshop? You remember that bar graph? Just alike. Almost identical. Okay, let's go back. A motion was made by trustee Goodrich, supported by trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries now. All right. Thank you, board. Next, we have the acceptance of the E-rate Category 2 UPS. Is there a motion?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy moved that the Board of Education award as presented the selection of MOS for procuring a centralized, uninterrupted power supply for all of the equipment in our primary network hub.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. Any questions or discussion?
I have a question. Looks like we get a really big discount. Is there some special or something, or on the cost, or is like what is it like because of a school district? What is that about? Yeah, yeah, that's huge. So I'm just wondering. It's nice. Don't get me wrong, but
Yes. Good evening, everyone. So the Category 2 for E-rate, which is a federal initiative headed by the FCC, right? So based on our income of our district and our classification based on our income surveys, we are given a discount based on the need of the district. And so with our classification and where we fall with the FCC, we are given an 85% discount on all of our Category 2, which is all the connectivity inside of our district, not to the outside. So that, and the power, that's what this falls into that. So all four of the things, excuse me, in front of you are for Category 2, so they're all at 85% discount when we go out. So we have, there's a raw number in the files, and then you'll see the discount amount. And this is what we, as a school district, are owed. And the federal government picks up the rest, and we get that renewed every 5 years.
that's nice. That's
Yes,
nice.
as
Just wanted
long
some
as it's,
explanation, but that
yes.
was a good deal.
Yes,
Okay.
it is wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, just to recap, a motion was made by trustee Sutton Kennedy, supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to the acceptance of the E-rate Category 2 fiber cables. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend moved that the Board of Education award as presented the selection of Centennial for the procuring network infrastructure for Ypsilanti Community Schools.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Support, trustee Goodrich.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Goodrich. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the E-rate Category 2 professional services. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend moved that the Board of Education award as presented the selection of the Centennial Technologies for procuring structured cabling for Ypsilanti Community Schools.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Supports trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to item 11, which is our second public comment portion for this evening. And we have read the public comment, an excerpt from the Board of Education Policy Public Comment Protocol. And at this time, I would like to invite up Jeremy Haley.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. I don't know if you guys read the report that come out just recently, saying Gen Z is the first generation to be not as smart as the generation before it. To me, how does that bode if Gen Z is not as smart as the generation before it? How does that go for Gen Alpha and successive generations? And in the article, they mention, and you should look into us, what they're lacking or why they are not, and how you could possibly incorporate into what you're doing in educating the students now to prevent further decline, because that's where it's kind of headed if it keeps going. And other thing is, the incident that had at 1111 West Cross Street, that was in the beginning of January, did you guys let this school down here out? Like, were students who, if they had to walk, they could walk that way in the direction of the whole thing? I just wondered on the protocol on that, because I was told that some students were let out and they were walking in the direction of that. I don't know if you heard of anything that was going on, but they were popping off flashbangs and tear gas. And that's not a safe thing to be around. I don't know if the police chief called you and let you know, or you guys called and said, hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing? We got students down here. That's what I'm concerned with, is what's the protocol if something like that were to happen. Hopefully it would never happen again, but something like that close to a school, what is the protocol to keep the students safe? And if students need to be brought or picked up, would the parents be notified to come pick them up? Because there is an incident near the school that they need to be picked up so they're kept safe. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we will be sure to follow up with you, as we always do with those who address the board. But we do have very strict safety protocols across our district to make sure all of our students are kept safe. Next, that takes us to our discussion this evening, which is for the Invest in My Kids organization ballot proposition discussion. Before we open it up for board discussion, Dr. Zachary Ross, is there anything that you wanted to share? I know that you've been working closely with gathering background information before the board engaged in this discussion this evening. So I will turn it over to you, and then we'll open it up for board discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. I did share in the executive content information for the board. I gave some just the information about Invest in MI Kids, about what it is. I really appreciate Mr. Wise spending time and gave information that the board had asked about, including what districts had already accepted past resolutions. I also gave information about what is the plan. One of the things that our attorney talked about was being very careful about not over-promising. We don't know exactly what funds can be delivered or not. And so being thoughtful about if the board chooses, and that's what you're doing today, is having the discussion about if you'll pass a resolution or not. And if you do decide to have the resolution or not, just being really thoughtful about what you're putting in a resolution if you decide to support or not. Because we know no matter what, it's important to, nobody denies about investing in Michigan kids at all. I think that was what the attorney talked about, but really thinking about if the board typically endorses resolutions or takes on resolutions or not, thinking about what types of resolutions that the board would adopt. And so that's the kind of thing he went back and forth on, and really just having the discussion about what is it that you're saying you're going to go. You guys know I'm really sick today, so I apologize. My brain is really kind of fuzzy. But really thinking about what you would state to the public, because no matter what, you want to make sure that you're being able to give real clear information. And so I think just having the dialogue was important. And then what we also did was I asked to have somebody here to answer questions. Oh, thank you. To answer questions that, that just wasn't us, so that we could have some, that there was some clarity about what is it that that is promised either from legislators or from others, that if this does get on the ballot, what does it really mean for Ypsi schools? Because I asked for Troon to be able to say, do you know what that actually means? And so the answer was no. They couldn't find out what does it really actually mean. And so I wasn't able to come back and say, for sure. We do know they couldn't say for sure that legislators wouldn't supplant the funds or not. We would hope not, but they couldn't guarantee that. And so those are the kinds of things that Mr. Henley was saying, be very thoughtful in your responses. So it's just a little bit of the background, but the important part was just to have the dialogue for everyone. And then the other thought was if the board went towards towards some type of resolution to actually have the names, like who voted and what they voted, yay or nay.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. I will open it up now for board discussion. Yes, Trustee Goodrich, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say at the outset, I'm delighted that we're having this conversation. I realize that it's late and folks are tired. But I think that there's been a variety of confusion, and it's really useful for us to have the chance to talk as a whole board about this, because this is an issue that is going to impact not just students in our district, but students across the state, because it really is a statewide initiative and a grassroots statewide coalition of folks that have been working far before this year on bringing this reform to fruition. I was grateful that Mr. Safety brought this to us in public comment on October 20th at our October 20th meeting. And frankly, I'm embarrassed that I didn't bring it sooner, because as many of us who have been involved with the Michigan Education Justice Coalition and other partners had received communications about it earlier, and I feel I should have brought it here sooner. But I'm delighted that we're talking about it today. I think there's a lot that we don't know for sure. The resolution, sorry, it's late. Words are failing. If the ballot proposal, if the proposal does get on the ballot, it provides an opportunity to create another chunk of secure funding. It is true, we can't control what legislators choose to move around, but we know that, as I talked about the last time this came up, we experienced all sorts of crazy delays with our budget this year from the state, because there's tension over whether the money goes to schools or roads, or this would create a chunk that at least would be earmarked for schools. But yeah, we can't say exactly how much comes to YCS specifically. Figuring out those allocations, figuring out if the legislators are brave enough to go in the face of the will of the people and then take money back from the schools when the intent is clear. It is a thing they could do. I'm heartened that our legislators have uniformly endorsed, and that signals to me a will to try to honor the will of the voters should this proposal get on the ballot and be passed by the voters of Michigan. And I've already talked about this a bunch, so I'll pause there right now for other folks.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich.
There's a couple of things that I think we need to also be mindful of is typically, when we are supporting some type of resolution, there's never a guarantee that that bill will pass. However, I think it is important to highlight the things that they have noted on here are things that YCS is currently doing or attempting to continue to do, which will provide to the sustainability of our goals. Reducing class sizes, expanding CTE, and recruiting and retaining high-quality educators. Those are things that in any other bill or funds or resolutions we have applied those monies to those things. So this would only be additional funds to do what we're already doing. The other thing that I wanted to point out was this is talking about taxing individuals who make over a certain dollar amount, that if we're looking at the median income for Ypsilanti Township and the city of Ypsilanti, our residents don't even hardly get to that threshold. Like, we're not even at 60,000 for the township and barely 40,000 for the city of Ypsilanti. Those are census numbers. So, I mean, that's just factual information. So, again, it's saying tax the rich. I don't know what else I need to say. We're not rich in Ypsilanti. So, I mean, we have a couple of people, but not in my neighborhood. So, I think, as if it is something that's put on the ballot, is voted on, then I'm sure, I would hope that our legislators would put parameters in place, just like they did when we got the additional increase in money for the, I always mess up the number, 304, 504, whatever it's called, plan. They put parameters in there for us to come back and then outline specifics on what we're doing. So those are things that, you ask your legislators to do. So, yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Other comments? Trustee Sutton Kennedy?
I wanted to share that I personally support this initiative. Our public schools are chronically underfunded, but I also want to highlight how, and this is my second year, starting my second year being on the board, and I've seen how hard our administrators work here in this district to ensure that we have sufficient funding for our scholars, and our between our partnerships and our grants, and trying to fill that gap in this district, and it's definitely commendable. But I do think that this proposal offers the community, really, not just our district, everyone across the state, an opportunity to bring some meaningful additional resources to many districts, and including ours. And so I think it's important to show our support for that initiative and to get it on the ballot so that, to show our support for moving it to the ballot so that hopefully voters can decide, ultimately make that decision in November, have the opportunity to make that decision on what they want to do. I also recognize that the funding structures can shift, and that legislative decisions may affect how the dollars are actually allocated in the future. But as we're saying here, hopefully our legislators will demonstrate their support for public education and for supporting, scholars everywhere, not just in this district, but across our state, and really investing in public education and in the education of our youth, because they, will be our community of tomorrow, our community members who are working and contributing and supporting. And so I just wanted to share those thoughts. And then I think we also said we might need to talk about resolution language, what might be included. So I just also wanted to highlight that as well. I don't know where we're starting with that language or what might be included there, but if anyone has any ideas, I would be interested in hearing about that.
Thank you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Yes, Trustee.
I know I said it was going to be quiet, but I just wanted to tag on to one of the things Trustee Sutton Kennedy said that I think is compelling about this ballot initiative. It is up to the legislators how money gets distributed. One thing we often see in Lansing is this tension between the various needs in our state and this tug of war. And of course, everyone would like to give education more money, but there's just not enough money to go around. And I find this exciting because this revenue stream would be for education, and it wouldn't solve everything. But if that's the excuse, here's a new pot of money. That's not the other stuff we've been fighting over. And I mean, if they really follow the will of the voters, should this pass, that should be additional money that goes in and becomes available for foundation grants or needs-based distribution. But it's really for education, and it can't, they might choose to do other things with the other money, and that would take us, it would be interesting to see them try to claw back. But the will of the voters would be clear, and it would be great to have at least that part protected, and not in a tug of war over all of the other needs that are in our state.
Thank Other board comments? I think the only, well, I'm not going to say the only, but some of the comments that I'll just share regarding the history of this ballot initiative really just rests with, as a governing body, like I understand as a citizen, I can support, and every single board member at this table can support this initiative on their own. As a governing body, there's a different threshold in which we have to consider in terms of how we engage with an initiative such as this. As someone who's been in this community for many, many years, I take my role in this community very seriously, as I know we all do at this table. And I don't know enough about this initiative personally to say to voters, you should sign this petition, because I just don't know enough. On its face, I absolutely don't think anyone in this community or across the country for that matter would say that we don't want more money for kids in schools. I think we can all agree wholeheartedly with that. What feels challenging for me is the connection between what the funding structure would actually mean for a specific school district. And so, in good faith, can we say that this is going to be more money for Ypsilanti Community Schools? We just don't know. And so for me, there's so many unknowns that I tend to struggle with saying, yes, you should, because this signals to voters or to petition signers that if the district and the board says you should sign on to this, we are essentially saying we support this wholeheartedly. And I, in good faith, can't say that I have enough information, and I just want people to make informed decisions, right? Like, I haven't been to any forums. I know there maybe was a forum held at Eastern Michigan University. I just haven't received enough information, and I've looked on the website. I've done research on my own. I do know the way this came to the board was a little bit challenging, and we've had, those discussions as well. And so I just want to make sure that we're considering what this means and signals to our community if we decide to move in a direction of an endorsement as a governing body, because that does come with a certain set of responsibilities and weight. And I'm just speaking for me personally to say to our community members, yes, it means that more, because I think what people hear on the ground is Ypsilanti Community Schools is going to get more money. And we don't know that. And I think we just have to be honest about what it is and what it isn't.
I'm hearing a desire for more information. I'm curious if there are specific questions that you have, because I know that we have some additional people in the room. And yeah, while we can't make exact dollar amount guarantees, I do think we have an opportunity, and this district has actually done amazing work advocating for things that have had much broader impacts than just within this community. So yeah, while we may not be able to say Ypsilanti will get exactly this many dollars out of this ballot initiative, I guess I feel comfortable with the idea of this board endorsing an initiative that's going to be a net good for the students of Michigan, even if we can't have settled in the ballot initiative all the specifics of how legislators might allocate those educational dollars. But I hear your desire for more information. And I would love to identify what additional information we might need to make a decision, yes or no, if we're willing to take a vote on a resolution carefully vetted by our attorneys if we get to that point, so that we're not overpromising. But I hear your desire for more information.
From the outset, I am someone who does want to make informed decisions. I look at information, I look at implications, I look at what does an endorsement carry in terms of weight. And as a voter, as the one who served in this community, as the one who's been elected numerous times, right? I know my voice matters, right? And so I don't want to say and signal to someone if I don't have enough information about, and I know this initiative and proposal has been a long time coming, right? There's been a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving pieces. And no one came to me as the board president, and no one came to our superintendent to bring this to them. And I've shared that, right? Like, and I've shared it, very clearly. And I think coming to say, I want the board to endorse this, and we do have some people who came to public comment, but I think it was kind of under this compressed time frame when we had a lot of board business that we had to tend to. And so from a process standpoint, it certainly was concerning for me to not have anyone reach out to say anything. I'm not saying just because I'm the board president you need to reach out, but I am saying that we have a process and a procedure within our district. And I've been very clear about that, and to kind of sidestep that has not felt very respectful. Does that have anything to do with whether or not I will support money for kids in our schools? Probably not, but I think context is important in terms of how we got here. I want to say clearly to voters, if they ask me about this, what it means and what it doesn't. I don't think it's my responsibility, because I know what my role is on the school board, but I think it is the responsibility of those who want this initiative to be placed on the ballot. I believe it's going to be successful. Whether or not I sign a petition or not is a personal choice, and I think that's a personal choice for all of our board members. I'm just simply saying that I switch into the governance of as a body. And I think the weight is a little bit different, because we are signaling a certain set of promises that I'm not comfortable to say, if you sign this and if you vote this way, it means that we're going to get more money. And I think on its face, that's how it lands. Yet, we can't control a lot of variables, even without an initiative, right? There's a shell game happening at our state and federal level that has some real impacts. And so I'm just being very candid about what my concerns are when it comes to saying, yes, sign this, yes, and we're nonpartisan, right? So I don't even want a signing of a petition to even signal that you should, because we're a whole district. People have a lot of trust and confidence in us. I don't want to inadvertently say sign a petition, and then that in some way is conflated with also vote in this particular way. So those are, and I had a list of questions that I shared with the superintendent, but those are some of my bigger concerns, is that I want to make sure people have all the information and that they make informed decisions. And it's not necessarily about me wanting, because I know how to get information, right? I just want, if someone is asking us to support something, I want that information to come to the board and could have come to the board and to the superintendent, as I mentioned earlier, in a way that would have allowed for some of this earlier dialogue that we're having now. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Yeah, I had a question about endorsing the proposal, this initiative versus advocating for how voters vote in November, because I see those two things as different. This petition simply puts it on the ballot for voters to then make their voices and their choices known. So, yes, we're endorsing this initiative, or we would be. I don't know, I feel like in whatever we communicate in any situation, there's always an option that someone misinterprets or misunderstands or takes something away from that you're not communicating. And in those cases, we rely on, our meetings are recorded. We have meeting minutes. If we were to pass a resolution, the resolution would state what we're actually promising and what we're not promising. And while, yes, some folks might misinterpret what we are promising, I think, it's been communicated that we want to be clear in that resolution about what we are and what we're not promising. I I guess the point is that, you know, I think it would be helpful maybe to clarify the difference between what this is and what it's not. It's not passing that law. It's not what November is. Like, this is the first step is getting it on the ballot. We don't know what might happen in November. We might endorse this, we might not. It might get on the ballot. Ultimately, we don't know what's going to happen in November, so we can't promise anything in the first place. And so I guess for me, I'm just focused on this part of that process and clearly differentiating this from any promises in November, because we can't know what's going to happen there, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It makes total sense. And if I was not clear, I'll just share it again. The implication could be that if someone sees that Ypsilanti Community Schools is on this list, it may signal to voters. I don't know if it will or won't. I'm just thinking about all sides of it, because Ypsilanti Community Schools, there's a lot of trust that our parents and our community have in our district. There's a lot of trust and confidence that's been built. So if we endorse as a body, we're not telling anyone how to vote, but I think we have to be honest about what that means. If we say yes, then, you know, that means that people might say, oh, well, if Ypsilanti said it's good, then Ypsilanti Community Schools, then I should sign this petition and I should vote this particular way. I don't know if it's going to happen that way, but I'm just trying to look at it from the lens, if I wasn't on the school board and I were just in the community and I saw this, or someone came to me and asked me to sign it and they said, Ypsilanti Community Schools endorsed this, that might give some confidence to a voter that is not necessarily informed. And I'm just saying I'm not informed enough to be able to confidently say. So I just want to make sure I reiterated that I know that there are different parts of this process, right? It has to get on the ballot, and then it has to pass. But I'm just saying what an endorsement signals to people who might be wondering, should they sign, should they not sign? And I just think we have to be careful with that also equating possibly into a vote. So I'm just very cautious about what that means. Because we can all, at this table, sign the petition and vote for it. That's very different than as a governing body, right? Thank you. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Madam President, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm just going to focus on just about two. I think as a leader that sits on this board, one of the things that we sign up for is to be, or try to be, informed about things that, all things education. Doesn't mean we're going to know everything, but there's certain things that just ring out, especially when it comes to school funding. A lot of us work in different areas in education, as well as support organizations, MEJC, all of these different things. We've advocated, gone to Lansing. There's a big advocacy day coming up in March. These are different things that we as school board members do on a regular basis. Again, I do agree with Trustee Sutton Kennedy. This is something to get on the actual ballot. The voters themselves have to decide whether or not they want to support it. Yes, they take what we say with weight, but I'm looking on this list, and the research I have done, we have the Michigan State Board of Education. That's the highest governing body in education in the state of Michigan. And I'm sure they did not take this lightly either. Now, at the end of the day, we all have our own individual vote. You can support it, not support it. I'm very black and white about that. That's what you have to go with. And, you know, there's other things that we can discuss offline, but I just think at the end of the day, we simply need to make a decision at some point. Do we want to support it as a body or not? It's just plain as simple as that. We as
Elected officials can support it, endorse it ourselves individually, and we go from there. I mean, I don't know what else we need to say about this. I think the information from the beginning, from when I first saw it, the information has expanded. It's been more detailed. They have a clear website to provide additional information. I'm sure there are data points that are attached to that. We just simply need to make a decision at some point. Is if Selenni Community Schools going to support it or not? I don't, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it, but at the end of the day, it's just that, and we go from there.
Yes. Well, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I mean, they have a website.
Because I've been trying to look at their website, and the only thing I get to see is this. It's the only thing I see. This is the only information I can come up with. That's why I cannot make a decision, because I cannot get any information.
But my thing is, if you want information, go to the source and ask the question.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
trying
I'm saying.
to get
Like,
to
I
the
mean, they
source.
have the information, who
And
to
this is the
contact.
only
That it's been
information
on
I can
several
get.
different sites. I've seen them on multiple sites in details. Again, we've had people at the meeting. We've had Mr. Weiss contact us. Ask the questions. I mean, it's just as simple as that. If you want to know, ask the questions, and go from there.
And we all can follow up and do just that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll go after
I'm
you,
almost,
Trustee Fields.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this has been a long night, but I don't sound like I'm asleep. But what I guess what I'm, and then what I'm reading too, even when I'm looking at the different people who that they have that are supporting and endorsing it, is that supposed to sway or change the decision if it's gonna go on to, because now what's coming to us doesn't matter though. You know what I mean? Like, you know what and that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? And why are we even? Is it a voting thing for us? I mean, I think it's a good initiative. That's not what I'm saying. I think the idea is definitely there, but why does it have to be necessarily saying YCS is doing it? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me. Why do we have to say YCS is doing it because they've kind of like are promoting everybody else who endorsed it? Okay. I mean, you know what I mean? Okay. So, but why does it have to be like, okay, YCS is doing it? Because it's almost like they're kind of, to me, encouraging the community, kind of like what you said, trying to get the community to say, oh, because we said it, that means it's good. But if some of us are not very clear as what it is that you're saying to do, you shouldn't do it. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be, because that's what it sounds like to me. Some people are not really clear of what is behind it or what the initiative. So then why should we all say, yes, we're going to do this, but you ain't clear. You never want to be clear because you don't want someone to come up to you and say, oh, so I see you guys are doing it. You can't even explain to them what it is. Right. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest. So why should we as a governing body, if everybody don't know what it's about?
And again, as I state, if you want to know information,
I'm good.
I'm just saying, ask the questions.
Oh, no, you
that should
can
make
ask
it
those.
clear. I'm not pushing it either way because I support it as a person.
Yes.
If you're going to put out a flyer with a website, you should have the information on here that people can get. I shouldn't have to track nobody down to find out information.
And we can do it individually, because if I say I support it, I'm not saying YCS is doing it. Right. I'm saying Yvonne Fields is okay with that. I guess that's where I'm at with that. We're putting a lot of time and talking about it and doing all this stuff. Why does it have to be a YCS thing? If I say I'm good for it and I can put my name down, I'm an elected official just like Jimmy Wilson. I'm just saying, so if it's going to really stand like that, I don't have to have YCS to kind of like, oh, are you guys in with me? Because if I say it, I'm an elected official just like Jimmy Wilson is at YCS. So my name should be just as good as being Yvonne Fields, Board of Trustee at YCS, as it is being saying YCS Board is doing it.
That's right.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
I mean, again,
Yeah.
I want to be very clear
Yes.
where I stand.
Yes.
I support it.
Yes.
Whether
Yes.
YCS does or not.
Absolutely.
I think the reason, and let's just be very clear,
Yes.
we not gonna beat around the bush
Mm.
why the names are there. It is simply showing who supports it. Just like when y'all get those little flyers in the mail during let's not act like we don't think endorsements matter. They do. So let's just not do that.
That's
But
why I
what
said
will-
as a governing body.
as
That's
a
what I'm
governing
saying
body,
to you.
if we
That's what I
decide
mean.
to do it, then it's simply a decision. Do you want to support it or not? Yes or no? I already know where my name gonna be. So it's just as simple as this. We just need to either make a decision, not to even put it as a vote, make a decision at some point if we're gonna vote, and leave it at that. It has nothing to do about personal feelings, anything like that. It has simply to do, there's information out there. Now, for me, anything that I vote on, I do my research prior to I go into that room with that curtain. Everybody don't do that, and I understand that. And I understand that my name does have weight, but anybody that knows me knows I'm going to do my research before I vote on something anyway. That's just me. I know my level of influence. At the end of the day, for me, make a decision and move on. Yeah.
We don't have to do it as a board.
We don't. Right, and I just think as the local governing body for YCS, that's why it's brought to the table. I mean, we know why it was brought to the table. I don't know why we acting like we don't. It's whether or not your local school district supports it or not.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Why we acting like it isn't that way?
I mean, it is, but I mean, we have a lot of districts in Washington County too, right? And like, this is
Absolutely.
not being led by the ISD. This is not like a countywide like effort to say we are getting. I mean, so I'm just saying, like, yeah. I mean, it's
Again, they have the same decisions to make. I don't base
As we
my
do.
decision on Ann Arbor Public Schools. I do what's best for.
as
I make a
individuals.
decision for YCS
Well,
on anything that I do.
well, individually we can do whatever we want to do, but
And
well, this is
So this is just discussion.
It's just discussion.
I would like to just tag on to Trustee Townsend's point about endorsements. We know what endorsements signal, and individual endorsements and endorsements as a body carry different weights. I think we all know that, which is why we're being so thoughtful in considering this.
That's why I raised the very points that I raised. So, any other comments from the board? No, we're not voting. We're not voting on anything. Okay, the next thing that we're doing is moving into subcommittee reports. Thank you, board members, for your comments. Any board superintendent? I'm sorry. We're in a board meeting.
Right, I came here as a citizen.
I understand, but this is a meeting. It's a meeting of the Board of Education, and we have a section for public comments, but we don't have comments back and forth with members of the community.
Come by the board to represent the volunteers who are part of the Investment Funds Initiative.
Yes, to answer questions if board members have them, correct?
I've heard many questions, and I have not had a chance to answer them, but I do want to foot stomp that we're at a very critical time in this campaign, and it is not a done deal that it will get on the ballot in November. And I, just as a citizen, like, there's intention versus impact. We're volunteers. We all work full-time. We're parents. We're at a critical time in our country in terms of things that are thrown at us on a day-to-day basis. And so excuse us if we didn't follow procedure to get
that now takes us to board subcommittee reports. Do we have any subcommittee reports at this time? Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
Sorry, find my notes for this. I just wanted to quick update the board on the policy subcommittee. We met, when did we meet? Last week, Monday, February 16th. We made it through one short series and partway into the second in our review of the Troon policies for implementation. We've asked for some administrative support for the 3,000 series from Facilities and Finance and the 4,000 series from HR and the 5,000 series from the Assistant Superintendent on some of the curriculum policies. I think there's a lot about this process that is so, anyway, it's delightful to work with succinct and clear policies, and I know it's a heavy lift, but I'm excited for the district to have a clear and unified policy package. I've scheduled a meeting with Lucas Savoy from Troon for tomorrow to inquire about some of the questions we had, and our next meeting is not until April 29th, so in the interim, I'm planning to reach out to the subcommittee members to just debrief and think about how we can move through this process as efficiently and thoroughly as possible. And when Ms. Haynes has the opportunity to load the rest of the policies into our shared folder, we can start working ahead and make sure that we've reviewed and cross-referenced all of our new and existing policies appropriately so we can be as efficient as possible during the next hour that we get together. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich, for that report of where we are with our policies. We are moving forward, and we're hopeful that we will get through efficiently and effectively. Any other subcommittee reports at this time?
I have a verbal report from the Ypsilanti Community Schools Foundation. The foundation participated in the high school scholarship platform on the 19th. The application for the scholarships is now open. The application period will end, or deadline is April 6th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. They have drafted the mini grants applications as well as the PTO mini grant applications. So we're just going in stages to review those. So those windows can open as well. The foundation president and secretary and myself had a meeting with Dr. Zachary Ross last week, just in regards to how the foundation can further support the different schools and just a multitude of brainstorming ideas. So I'm pretty sure there will be a follow-up report to the superintendent regarding how the foundation can continue to support. But they are working on a website and also just putting a call out there there'll be like a formal marketing plan for how to engage new board member applicants at some point.
Okay. What was the date? It was April. I missed
April 6th, 26 at 11:59 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then if you all want to follow their social media on Facebook, and I'm pretty sure they did email the information out to the high schools in regards to those scholarships.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Any other subcommittee reports?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Yes.
We had our legislative breakfast on January 26th. It's been quite some time since that breakfast, so I won't reiterate the updates there, but all board members should have that update in their email. And then our next legislative breakfast is May 18th.
May 18th.
Oh, and I did forgot to mention for the WASB, they are seeking committee members for the nomination committee, and I believe they have reached out to Trustee Sutton Kennedy and Trustee Fields for recommendations that were submitted to them. So between the two of them, they'll figure out who will be on the committee.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy. And do we know if that May 18th meeting will be hybrid? or will it just be in person?
We will request that it's hybrid.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Townsend, any other subcommittee reports?
Vice President Lee, Head Start, they had a meeting last Tuesday when we had our workshop.
Okay.
And I could not attend, but they did send me
Mhm.
the notes. You know, when they have our meetings, it's for the previous month.
Oh, okay.
So it's for January,
Gotcha.
okay? And they are in compliance. They only missing 3 out of 221 days of students.
Mhm.
For Head Start students, excuses. Okay, and then for average attendance, Beatty is it's at 81%. And Ford is at 76%. Perry is at 78%. Attendance is like 85%. Am I correct, Ms. Boone? It's 85% for attendance, right? Yes. No, a day, isn't it? That's what they're sending me. The requirement is 85% attendance. That's what they're sending me. So I guess it must be correct. That doesn't sound right, but we're gonna go with it. We're going with that.
Our targets, what are our targets? Is that what we're,
Yeah,
maybe that's what they said.
That's what they're saying. I
Is it
believe.
85% our target attendance? Oh, 90.
It's 90? But
Okay.
they're saying it's 85%, but that doesn't sound right.
Okay. So we can
We'll go with 85.
follow up with that.
Okay.
I don't know what they meant. Maybe.
Maybe lower.
Okay.
Okay. And for dental screening, they're missing, it's 33 students.
Mhm.
They're missing. The breakdown is, they're saying Beatty, they're missing 19. Harry is 7, and Ford is 7.
Okay.
So that doesn't add up, right? I got to look at these numbers, but that doesn't add up, right?
Those are the number of students who have not had
Had,
yet had
yes.
their dental screenings
Right.
across those 3 schools. Okay. Okay.
That
Mhm.
adds up?
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's pretty good out of 221
Mhm.
students. Yes. Okay, and that's about it. So
All
they're
right.
doing pretty good.
Right. Thank you for the update.
And the next meeting,
Mhm.
they didn't say.
Okay.
So it's the 3rd Tuesdays of the month, so
Okay.
that's our next meeting.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Lee. Are there any other subcommittee reports? Okay. Next month? Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a little while.
We'll stay. We'll stay.
So, but I think it's next month. It was rescheduled, so I don't have
Till
any
March,
follow-up,
okay.
really.
Because this is the last week in February. All right. Thank you, board members. Did I miss any? That's tomorrow. Well, we did not go into March. Look at that.
I don't have us down until, Yvonne,
You'll have something in March.
Yvonne, I don't have us down until April 7th.
And finance is is after that at 6:30.
Community relations?
Tomorrow at 5:30. And finances is 6:30.
Oh, okay, you're right. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Anything else with subcommittee reports before we move to board superintendent comments? Comments from the board?
Girl, they don't want to hear me. I came last week to the scholarship HBCU thing. It was nice. I was nice. The participation of students seemed to be, engaged. It was good to hear, the different. We had one young man who he asked lots of questions. I don't know if he was a senior or not, but he had lots of questions and stuff. And Trustee Townsend did a great job as usual, being the MC. I just wish we had a little bit more turnout with some other people who didn't show up, but it was nice, though. It was a nice little thing, and it's always good to hear what money is out there and opportunities for our babies to be able to utilize to have to go to college. With just a matter of just getting it. A little disappointing to hear that some sororities were saying that they have all this money, but we don't get a lot of applications, so we really need to get that pushed out there. You don't want the money just sitting there. We need to get that out there to our students and let them know
Absolutely.
to apply.
Absolutely.
To apply. Yeah, and that's all. And
It wasn't a lot of students there. It wasn't a turnout, a big turnout.
yeah, they was there.
Oh,
They just don't apply.
Yeah, there was some of the vendors didn't show up.
Oh,
That's what she's
okay.
referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think some of that is going to be addressed.
Okay.
But I mean, the engagement of the students was
The
really
ones that
good.
were there, but she was saying too, a couple of them said we don't get a lot of applications, so that's what I was concerned too. They said they have all this stuff, but they don't hear they don't get a lot of applications for a lot of populations of stuff, So that's what
So
I'm
we
saying.
got to increase those numbers.
Yes,
You
yes,
know,
I
that
think
was
so.
a problem when I was on the foundation.
I remember that.
They didn't get that. Yeah,
I remember, yep.
they wasn't getting that information out to our students, and I was telling them.
Yeah, the foundation was present, and they had their table and we pushed to have those things
Okay.
done. So the foundation, those concerns, because you had mentioned them before,
Yeah.
have been addressed, and
Good.
so the foundation was on point with this information, and so the flyer and everything is out there. And that's why with the increased website and all of that, and then social media, which I'll be posting to.
Now,
Were you still
before
going?
you-
I don't want to take away from Trustee.
Oh, yeah, that's good information. I'm listening.
Are the counselors getting the information to the students?
We only have one counselor, two maybe. So it's a difference, and that was one of my things I was addressing with the foundation is we have to learn how to shift, right? It's not the heyday when you had 6 counselors and stuff like that. So, but they're shifting, and I think the counselors that we do have, they do a great job with getting information. But you got 1, maybe 2 people that's servicing a whole entire school. So I think that's where everybody should be sharing information on all levels.
Different platforms, yep.
The other thing, what was I going to say? Oh, the annual Easter egg hunt. Some of you have received the communication. We will get a formal email that will be on Saturday, April 4th from 10 to 12 at Perry School. Thank you to Dr. Zachary Ross and Mr. Birchwell for quickly responding. We do have the Save the Day flyer. I will forward that to Dr. Zachary Ross to be distributed to the district. And then we are aggressively planning and registering vendors. So this has been almost 40 years that this event has been going on. So we're continuing that legacy, providing this service to the district specifically. And that's all. I'll be going to the senior women's basketball senior day on the 26th, celebrating some of our students. Very excited, as I am an alumni basketball player. Don't look like it no more, but I always try to support the women's basketball team here, and very excited for that this week.
Oh, yes. Trustee Goodrich, go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly share my thanks to Ms. Haynes for confirming that the school board filing deadline is July 24th at 4 p.m. And I want to reiterate my enthusiasm for whatever engagement and education opportunities that we might be able to provide to any prospective candidates. Thanks.
Yes, and I think we have something scheduled. I saw that come out already. It's in June. Yep. So thank you for making that happen. Any other board comments?
I went to Perry's math night. I think it was last Friday.
Okay.
I took Mohana, my daughter. She enjoyed it. There were a few families there, not as great of a turnout as they were hoping because it was on a Friday night. And so, that was acknowledged that the timing probably was not good, but the activities were amazing. They represented and reflected the work that we're seeing in the classroom with SIS. And so it was nice to see that connection. And also they had a high school teacher there who brought some drones. And so both principals were there for Perry as well as the high school. And they brought some drones, which was nice to share with the scholars there so that they could, get excited about what's to come and start thinking about those things. And so we saw some robots and some other math activities, and it was really engaging. Even my second grader did not want to leave. And so it was really fun.
Very nice. Very nice. Any other board comments? I'll be quick because I know it's very late and we're all, just operating on fumes a little bit here. I just want to say thanks to the administration and to Julie for making all the adjustments that needed to be made due to our missed board meeting. So tonight's meeting was a lot longer because we had to make some shifts and we have to spread out some of those agenda items that we didn't get a chance to take care of because of the snow day. And then I also want to just give a shout out to all the buildings for Black History Month events, for the NAPIT events that had been happening across the district. I know a lot of them were extremely successful. So a big shout out to all the parents who came out to support and all of the programs. And I still know we're going and we have more presentations to round out the month. And then I think in March we have the annual Estabrook play, Black History Month play. So I know Julie is always diligent about getting those out to us as a board, so we appreciate that. And then I think lastly, and anything I forgot, I'll have to share it at the next board meeting. But thanks to all of you who came to the board workshop last Tuesday with MASB. Was it last Tuesday? Okay, thank you. Last Tuesday, I think we learned a lot from each other. Thank you, Trustee Townsend. We were able to look at your report too and see how everybody fit in and how we could all work together. And I've learned a lot about how we operate and how we lead. So just wanted to thank you all for being there. And I hope tonight's win was good. Was it? We won the food. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Superintendent Zachary Ross, Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you. And I'm not going to go over all the dates. Please do look at the dates that Julie sent because there still are a lot of Black History Month opportunities and even Valentine's Day opportunities. We have our VILS onboarding. That's what our one-to-one computer programs. So we're really excited about that. You're going to hear more about that at YCHS and ACE, where every one of our scholars will get computers that go home and they are attached to the internet. So they're going to get additional devices through that program. The State of the District address is March 5th at 5:30. here at the administration building. So that'll be the first that we're going to do that and roll out that strategic plan. And we have some scholars that will be joining us for that. And again, thank you. I know we had a lot of public comment today, and just a reminder, every one of our MOUs, we do go over them. They go to Dr. Lopez. There's on our website a lot about the requirements for that. Like, for example, with EMU, even just recently, we have some that are accepted. We send them to our attorney, and some that are not. And so I know people just think that they're all just accepted every time, but when they're reviewed and our legal counsel gives us information, we do have to follow our legal counsel's recommendation just per their advice. So thank you all for understanding on that. And we just look forward to, there's district playoffs. So tonight we'll hear about our basketball team because it just goes until that we want them to keep winning. So I told Dr. Hugan to let me know. So we'll keep you posted on district finals on that sport as well. Our teams are looking pretty good. So thank you all for your support and supporting our team, supporting our buildings.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. And I did just want to say thank you to Vice President Lee for starting the meeting in my absence. I have some family matters, things that are happening right now, so I can share that offline. But thank you, Vice President Lee. The time is 10:34. And if there's no other business coming before the board,